Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Well, hello there, everybody. How is everybody doing out there today? I am Elder Ariaga Bar, and tonight we're going to be going into a great topic about something that those who are in the know already know, but there's some deeper things that you may not know. So we want to educate, remind, and do whatever we need to make sure that our temples are on point with the Most High, right? So those who are Christian, atheists, Muslims, those who just come across this channel and watch this show, which they do, hopefully they will be educated tonight. How is everybody doing out there today? Hopefully everybody watched that Patreon we did last week. It was very informative, and we dropped a few things about the iodine crisis because I could not go through the whole book. I mean, I just went through a minute amount of things, and boy, the small amount of things are so powerful. And I am already, I got a lot of Lugos to ship out. Let's say that. I have a lot of Lugos to ship out. And my main goal is what Christ said: heal the people, heal the sick, heal the blind. Blind meaning the people who are spiritually blinded, not knowing who they are. And if we can physically heal the blind, hey, we're going to try to do that too, right? Our job is to take that valley of dry bones and rise them to an exceeding great army of the Most High. And we can't do it unhealthy. Okay, so I want you guys to make sure that you're hitting that like button because it really helps to get the information out. My goal is not to exalt myself. My goal is to exalt the Most High God in doing His work. That's why I joined this walk. When I was a little boy, I just saw that the Hispanics and the black people were the only people struggling, and I was very young when I was able to understand it very early. And I witnessed it very early. And I had a desire to find out how to help my people. And I thought I should go be Robin Hood, right? But, it didn't work out that way. So we have a lot of, brothers out there, sisters out there who probably wanted to help in a certain type of way, thinking if I can make all the money in the world, I can help my people. But that's just not the way, right? You end up getting sidetracked, along other ways, other wrong pathways, a shortcut that can lead to a long way, right? So, anyway, tonight, man, we have a lot to dive into. Sometimes I like to go to, some of you guys probably know it. My wife is the one who showed me about this DuckDuckGo web browser because it's faster, more privacy, and they reveal more links than Google does. Google is you can type in the most basic thing, and Google a lot of times is going to show you what they want you to see. Okay. Shalom, Robert Kemp. Shalom, everybody. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Sometimes I go back, look at the show, great views, but I see, not enough likes, but it could be the people that's coming in later because my show is late. But if you're on now, I'm just reminding you to hit the like button. We really want to get this information out to more people. First and foremost, the split between Israel and Judah. If you are a new Bible person, you want to learn the Bible, we have something called a Hebrew and Bible Academy. And all you have to do is go to historytimes.org, which I'm on there right now. And guess what? We have, you understand, lessons that you can watch on Sunday. Because guess what? You should be actually going and worshiping the Sabbath, as the scripture says. And on Sunday, you can still go to church on Sunday, but really we go to school, right? Because the Bible says to worship the Sabbath day and keep it holy, not the Sunday. But we still educate ourselves throughout the week, as you see us tonight. On Tuesday, we have my class. On Wednesday, you have our elder. Okay, over the whole church, Elder Ricard on Wednesday nights. You have Deacon Hazak in the New York body. He comes on Thursdays. Elder Amar comes on Fridays. Elder Ricard comes back again sometimes on Fridays. Either him, Elder Lawyer, or Elder Amar. Then to come back on Saturday and Sunday. It's a lot of work that the brothers are putting in to try to bring this kingdom and keep our people grounded, keep a strong foundation, because, you start out with many people, but a lot of them fall off, which is why Christ said, he that endures to the end, the same shall be saved. And a lot of you don't know, you have your seasons to get attacked, even though you're doing good. Sometimes people will think, I know I have a season where it's like all of these things just happening, and you're like, man, you start to question, am I doing something wrong? No. Like Job, everyone has a season. Christ himself, when he was fasting and going through it, he was attacked by the devil. Sometimes you just have that season where you got to go to war. He rests a little bit, then he'll come back later and try to do it again. So, and that's why a lot of Christians cannot survive in this, because they think that, it's all about making money only. No, you have to be ready to go through the warfare with or without money, right? You have to, like Paul said, come together for the worst, for the bad times, for the important necessity time. Not just when somebody has, a lot of good going on. We have to be together when it really counts. Okay. So anyway, Shalom. I know everyone's coming in saying Shalom, but I have to get started because and I'm Shalom and everybody as you guys come in. All right. But I do have to get started. So we have a long show, and this is a very important topic. I'm just bouncing off of the last Patreon that I did, and I'm glad that I was able to speak freely on Patreon about this iodine. And I do also, those of you who are subscribed to my I'm a Lion, I Ain't Lying, I spell it like that on my Instagram, because that's where I'm posting daily workouts, daily little information about maybe what I eat, what I cook, what I'm doing on the homestead. And I will be posting more on my Lions Homestead channel as well. So I'm just always working, right? So if you follow that page, you're going to get like just every day, just basic updates, how to stay healthy, basically, right? And the good part about it is it's all for free. Okay. So anyway, let's get back to it. If you're new, if you're not new, you probably already know we did the split between Israel and Judah. Okay, we also taught the people about something that's not being taught about in the earth, about who is Edom, right? That stealth warrior, that stealth bomber, that you understand, that person who you see every day, who no one knows that is one of the main antagonists in the Bible. Not all of their seed, but a majority of, not a majority, but the top, the upper class of Edom. Okay, the elite, the so-called 2% or whatever they want to call it, right? The blood drinkers, the Amalekites. Okay. We talked about who is Edom, and we also talked about the split between Israel and Judah, which is very important after the fall of our forefather Solomon, King Solomon, from the line of King David, right? So just pay attention. This Academy's theme, the fall of the last empire. And boy, this is something that people don't think they're in the fall of the last empire, but we are. So you might want to get in the know. And I might be saying it lightly too, because, that's just the way it is. I mean, I'm smooth and calm about everything, but hey, we are in the fall of the last empire, where you see a bunch of modern day East Indians, but ancient, in an ancient term, they were called Babylonians coming over here. Okay. They were being tested, guys. A lot of technology in their country was being tested for the mark of the beast. And now all of a sudden you see them over here for the fall of the last empire. So we're going to talk about it in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. In-depth lessons, path to the mark, the return of the hidden gods. You don't want to know about the powers, the angels, right? You don't want to know about these things? I think you do. You might want to know, right? Don't get fooled by all of the apocalypse movies, right? The post-apocalypse. What's post-apocalypse? After World War III, after everything goes down. These are them who's trying to survive through it. When the chosen and the righteous shall be in the wilderness with Christ. After they make it through these famines and these hard times. But post-apocalypse? Oh no, the children of Israel is guarded by the angels. So I'm not letting them scare me or mine with some zombie apocalypse, right? Anyway, the return of the hidden gods. Daniel 7, the fall of America and the fall of the last empire. And you can also learn Hebrew and get news that cannot be, spoken freely because of this freedom of speech, right? Modern day, they say you have freedom of speech that you really don't have. So we do that with Elder Shapat on Sundays. So I just wanted to go there. Now the Academy is 3 months online, like I said, and it starts from Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to 2 p.m., all right? And I will be coming on there next week, if it be the Most High's will, to speak about a few things. So make sure you stay tuned and join the Academy, because sometimes Elder is going to bring on a few guests to help to educate the people even more. All right. So not only is it a school, it has, education with entertainment as well. It's great to be able to learn in an environment, like it's a college setting or university setting, but it's not boring like Esau is like, what you have to do is, what we're going to do is, and everybody's falling asleep in class. You're definitely not going to do that in the Academy, right? So, just wanted to bring that out. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going through a topic tonight called Don't Eat the Blood. Don't eat the blood. Why don't eat the blood? Man, I have a lot of information, and I'm praying I can get through the calls tonight. I was trying to go on at 5, but I will be coming on a little early. I will be. I keep saying that, but this information was so vast. And sometimes I said I can only have a few links because I expound so much, but it's so much information I want to get out to the people, right? For those of you who have been pre-ordering your iodine, it may come sooner than you think, if it be the Most High's will, right? So you should have that Lugos solution in your hands very soon, because I sold out in 2 weeks. And listen, I already knew that once the people got a hold of this information, the devil himself was trying to keep, because he's the one who started a plan to take this information away from you, that it was going to get crazy. Up until I got it to the warehouse, it was issues, right? So, and hey, boy, all I'm going to say is stay doing what you're doing. I got to be careful how I speak on here, but hey, I got me a little cranberry juice in here. This morning I have my iodine in here, my selenium and all that. Also, stay tuned. I have something that's going to help a lot of people with iron issues without having to deal with Geritol and these prescribed things that doctors talk. I'm talking about something so natural, you can travel with it. You can travel with that thing. You be at the pass over like, listen, I got my iron. Listen, so easy, so simple. And I'm going to teach you how to do it, how I've been doing it, and how it actually is very effective. Not no gimmicks. I'm not a gimmick guy. I'm not a switch bait guy. No. I'm gonna show you and prove to you. Just wait and see. And that may be here already. I think I got some information that it may be here for you guys. So stay tuned. The website for those who want to know is KIIY, pronounced as key, KIIY supplements.com. All right. So get ready to get your mind right. Don't need the blood. First, we're going to go to Genesis 9:4 to talk about this. Let's talk about it tonight, guys. Genesis, all right, 9:4. Boy, you're going to learn about why we should need the blood. So make sure you follow along. And for those of you who are vegans, you're not safe. Meaning, unfortunately, they're not only putting the 2020 scorpion tail in some cattle in some places. They have also been promoting to now put it in the vegetables. So you're probably like, well, Elder, what does it have to do with the blood? Well, you can say, I don't eat blood. Well, unfortunately, what I'm going to talk about tonight is also on the vegetables. Just us keeping it holy and keeping the Most High's diet is just very important. All right, we're going to talk about it. Shalom, Elder Dale. Shalom, Elder Iraq. All right, how you guys doing out there? Double honors to the hardworking elders. I mean, Elder Dale been putting in work from the dirt. I'm telling you right now. And me tell you, over 16 years ago, Elder Dale been boom, consistent on the Elder Iraq. You know how hard it is to, you know what I mean? The wind comes, the spiritual winds come and the demons, and you just hold on. Man, these boys been holding it down to the ground. Anyway, let's get to it. All righty. Let's talk about it really quick. Let's just go through a few scriptures. I mean, I have a lot of links to go through tonight. Okay. We're going to start at verse 3. Genesis 9:3. Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. So even though he says every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you, humans move. Huh? But is he talking about humans? Of course not. Whales move, sharks move, rabbits move. But this is where people who are simple and maybe don't mean any harm, that's why they need a teacher. Because precept must be upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. That you can understand that, hey, a person who will just read the Bible like a novel may think they can understand, but we're like, no, let's jump over here to show you how this relates to this, how this correlates to this. Okay? Just because he's talking about everything moving, that doesn't mean that you can eat everything. When you go to the laws of Leviticus, see, Deuteronomy, you will understand that he didn't mean you can actually eat everything that moveth. And matter of fact, for the vegans, even though I'm not attacking vegans, I want them to understand because they try to always bring some doctrine instead of just eating their little vegetables. The first thing he said was a moving thing. That's the first thing he said you can eat. Just so you know, in this particular scripture, every moving thing. Now the vegetables do move. My vegetables moving outside right now because the wind is blowing. Right? Every moving thing that liveth shall be meat for you. Even as the green herb have I given you all things. Now, you probably were like, well, he said we can eat herbs, but I really want to know which one of you are not just using herbs for garnish and spices. I really want to see who's eating a bowl full of oregano and salad dressing, or what they say in the UK. Do we have to say oregano? It's not oregano, it's oregano. Whatever you want to call it, okay? Who's eating a bowl of cilantro only, a bowl of any herb? If you eat too much of that herb, you already know what's going to happen if you're smart. So let's keep it on subject. I just want them to be able to stay studious here and not say, hey, he's not talking about eating meat. Well, you show me some vegetables walking around, please. Anyway, verse 4 says, but the flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, you shall not eat. So you can eat the moving thing. You can eat the moving things that are holy, but don't eat the blood. And we're going to talk about why he said some of those things. There's not just one reason he said it, obviously. There's some things that can come in your blood. There's some spiritual things that can also happen. All right. So, I know a lot of y'all like that bloody steak. I know. We gonna instead of calling you Judah, we're gonna have to call you Bloody Jake. Let me stop messing with y'all. But I will bring some information out to maybe deter you from doing such a thing. Maybe why some of the uncles at the barbecues, the Most High was like, nah, let that thing sit on the fire a little longer. Maybe we thought the uncle was drunk when we come out there and see the meat burnt a little bit. Right? But maybe the Most High angel was like, nah, put that thing back on the fire. See, maybe the angels was there, even though he had that brew in his hand. Yeah, youngster, let me tell you something. But maybe there's a reason why. Okay. Right. So let me get Leviticus 3 and 7 really quick while I'm joking around. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I think you're going to like some of the information we're going to go into tonight. And I think you're going to move differently. Listen, I'm preparing people to get themselves in shape and healthy before we go to this wilderness. All right? Because the wilderness in itself is going to be fasting from a lot of these preservatives and all these different things anyway. It's going to be a whole different type of diet anyway. So I'm trying to help you to not have to go cold turkey. And, no one can get away from, while we're here, every little thing, like I always talk about. I'm not teaching people to live in a bubble. I'm not teaching people to be unrealistic, to try to get everything right. We couldn't get everything right in the first law, but you're outside, your blood sugar is low. You're like, I need something to eat. Unfortunately, that if you don't go a little bit further than Whataburger, a little bit further than McDonald's, a little bit further than Chick-fil-A, a little bit further than Burger King, a little bit further than Wendy's, where they have horse meat and donkey meat. And hey, what the Jewish people said, something else in that meat. Maybe some little people or something. If you don't go a little further, you may start getting nauseated and dizzy. Okay, because you've been putting in a lot of work and you have to eat, and that's not going to be the same thing you cook at home. That's understandable. But you have enzymes you can take that will take care of that, and we're going to talk about that tonight. So you're going to have to get you a burger or a pizza sometime. You will. You're going to have to get you something that's not perfect. So while you're struggling to judge everybody to be perfect, that's not when I bring lessons about health out. No, when somebody only has something that they can afford, when they invite you to dinner, like Paul said, you don't want to offend. You need to show appreciation. There's just little times where these things are going to happen, where everything's not going to be perfect. Like, I don't eat with plastic at home. Of course not. But that one day, if you didn't bring your fork, you got to eat your food, unless you're going to be like a caveman. All right. So just keep these things in mind and be realistic that 85 to 95% of your diet can be clean, but every now and then you will eat something that you don't know what's in it. But it's okay. If you're that healthy, your body should be able to fight for itself. Okay? In that perfect world, we will be okay, but we're just making it through. All right. So I said I wanted to go where? Leviticus 3 and 17, right? Now, when I say these things, I know some people take it as they just keep doing the same thing and never get better. But I don't care about that. That's on them. I don't have time to force people to do anything they want to live. They get one life, let them live it. Hey, if you want to eat filthy, if you want to eat trash, hey, do it. I'm not arguing with people about that. I put the word out. For those who have ears to hear, let them hear. For those who still want to listen to Yaki Asleeps, let them do it. I'm not going to lose no sleep. I done told thousands of people, and people hit me up actually saying, Elder, he's a scammer. He's doing this, he's doing that. Hey, I told people, and I go across people's stories on Instagram, and they still promoting Yaki Awakens. So that means they serve two different gods. I know how Israelites are. They act like they're doing this over here, but then over here, they got a whole nother shepherd. I'm not even shocked at it. I don't lose any sleep about it anymore. Guess what? But guess what? I have eyes to see. So, I'm just, hey, that's on you. Anyway, Leviticus 3:17. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that you eat neither fat nor blood. Now, when it's talking about fat, I must educate people because some people are emailing me, asking me about fat. Listen, guys, it's talking about blubber. Blubber type of fat that's around the actual organs of the animal. There's fat all in the meat. He's not talking about that type of fat. Something that you would use to actually make like beef tallow or tallow from sheep or whatever the case may be. He's not talking about that. He's actually talking about the specific fat that was around the caul, the kidneys, and the liver. If you ate that type of fat, you would really have cholesterol problems and issues. It's just too much fat for the body. Okay? Obviously, the Most High is not against eating fat. If he's talking about you're going to eat the fat of the land, olive oil, you got fat and nuts, and he's not saying you can't eat fat, guys. He's just saying the specific fat that belongs to him with some of those organs. So I had to put that out there because some people will let me tell you, if you don't eat any fat, you will die. You need cholesterol. You need it. Your brain is made of fat. Okay? That's just how this thing goes. Leviticus 7:26. And if you're not eating enough fat, shame on you. Okay? Healthy fats. It's a balanced diet. Proteins, fats, carbohydrates. All right? Healthy fat. Sorry about that. I didn't click the wrong thing. Apologize. So, yeah. Let me go to my next scripture. Sorry about that. Leviticus 7:26. That's where I wanted to go when I lost my thought there. Leviticus. Before we get to our links, I want to get to a few of these scriptures really quick. Yeah, we just warming up right now, guys. We just warming up before we start really hitting that weight. All right. Leviticus 7:26. Shall we? Let's start at verse 24. Now let's start at verse 22. We have a lot of laws here. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, Ye shall eat no manner of fat, of ox, sheep, or of goat. Once again, when you slay these animals or slaughter them, guys, they have a lot of fat on them. So he's telling you, do not eat that fat. You basically cut off as much fat of the animal as you can until you get to that meat. That meat is going to have a natural fat already in it, in between the muscle. Okay? And the fat of the beast that died of itself, and the fat of of that which is torn with beasts may be used in any other use. But ye shall no wise, so pay attention, the fat of the beast that dieth of itself, and the fat of that which is torn with the beast. So if an animal eats this beast, okay, or an animal dies, if you slaughter that animal, you can actually eat, not eat, you can use, the fat. Fat is used in different things like soaps. It is used in so many other things, okay? But may be used in any other use, but ye shall no wise eat it. For whosoever eateth the fat of the beast, of which men offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, even that soul that eateth shall be cut off from his people. So what is the Most High saying? The specific actual fat that the Most High wanted for a sacrifice, you're not supposed to eat that fat. There's other fat that's already, when they're cutting the meat, that can be rendered into tallow, and that's in that meat. There's no way that it's impossible for a person to cut off every little piece of fat and be left with nothing of the meat. You would be wasting the meat. All right. So just to educate people who are over righteous people, okay, who don't understand the law. Let's go. And I'm gonna read it again. Verse 25. For whosoever eateth the fat of the beast of which men offer, the fat of the beast of which men offer, and we're going to show you where that is, an offering made by fire unto the Lord. He's specific about which fat he wants. And no one's trying to go out their way to eat no fat anyway. We want meat. Okay, no one's sitting around trying to eat a bunch of fat. Because one, you're going to become obese, cholesterol issues, and your hormones are going to be thrown all over the place. Okay? Even that soul that eateth shall be cut off from his people. Moreover, ye shall eat no manner of blood, whether it be of fowl or of the beast in any of your dwellings. Whatsoever soul it be that eateth any manner of blood, even that soul shall be cut off from among his people. I'm going to show you something. When you have a flock, I want to, in case I have to speak in a parable, just remember when I'm talking about livestock or sheep later down in the lesson, hey, the Most High calls us his sheep, right? Okay. Now, when you have a sheep or a goat that's sick, naturally what happens with that animal or cow, they separate themselves from the herd. For those of you who may not know that, they actually separate themselves naturally from the herd. When we're in the wilderness as the Most High sheep, he always tells us you're going to be separated, because there's certain things you do. It's going to translate to the other people. Sin, even spiritual things, sin, any of your actions that you do can go to the other people in the body. So the Most High is like, nah, separate if you're unclean. When we get you back right, then you come back among the body. That's the same thing you do with livestock. If this sheep or this goat, if I buy a new goat or sheep, I give them whatever I need to get parasites out of them, make sure they're healthy and clean. Then I introduce them to the herd. So the Most High is showing you through the scriptures how to deal with livestock and how the body works. Even when he says, if you got to cut off one of your members, he's saying basically, if there's a sin that you deal with, if you don't cut that sin off, your whole body is going to go to hell. Or as well, he's talking about the body. If there's a body member in the body of Christ that's just sinning, acting crazy, and thinking just because they call it on a higher that they get into the kingdom of heaven, if that body member becomes heretical or is dealing in any type of evil way, eventually, if it's going to cause the whole body to suffer or fall, that body member has to get cut off. Right? So when you read these scriptures, he's always relating it to livestock, planting, a lot of times when we're in the scriptures. So let's go to it. Did we finish this one? Let me see. So as you see in 27, he says, even that soul shall be cut off among his people. Okay, that's not what I want no more. All right, so we're going down. We're going to go to Genesis 25 and 30. Genesis 25 and 30. Thank you guys for keeping up. Make sure you press that like button. Genesis 25 and 30. Lord, they got it smelling good in there. Father, have mercy. They making that. Hey, listen. I got some good old Thai soup in there again. I got some good old lemongrass in the garden to put up in that thing. I done forgot what scripture to go to. It smells so good. Don't do me like that. So we're going to go to verse 29. And Jacob sod pottage. Now I'm going to tell you guys, we have, as a people, we have moved forward from the way we cook like the ancient times. And we do things a lot different. That does not make us better than our forefathers at all. But whatever they had, they used however they used it at the time. But modern day Israelites, we dress different. That does not mean it's better, because we have a lot of different synthetic things that we shouldn't be wearing. But when I tell you that this is very relative to how some people live in Africa today, it's very similar. Modern day people, we brown our meat with oil, especially if you're from the South. Just putting meat in water and letting it cook is really boils away the flavor. It boils away a lot of the flavor. About time you're done browning that meat, a lot of it, for the most part, will not have blood in it, unless it's like a chicken leg or chicken wing, something like that, or even sometimes beef sometimes. So when you read this, you have to understand that the soup wasn't red from the lentils. I know they have red lentils, but I don't know how Jacob was cooking that thing. And I love Jacob, but maybe he just put that thing in the soup and it was a bunch of blood in there. But we're getting ready to read why you shouldn't eat it until it's done. Verse 29 says, and Jacob sod pottage. If you have any questions, Thug Life, I don't know, you need to change that name, Thug Life. You might not want to have that name. That's a horrible name. I ain't gonna lie to you. I love you, brother, but you can't have that name. That thing is, Thuggy came from the Babylonians themselves. And I know you may not know it, but the website is KIIYsupplements.com. But I can't really answer questions right now because we're actually in the midst of the lesson. So I want to stay focused here. And Jacob sod pottage, or he was boiling pottage. And Esau, the modern day what they call white man, but he's red, okay? And Esau came from the field, and he was faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with some red pottage, with that same red pottage. For I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. Now him saying that same red pottage, do you think that Esau, is that the first time that Esau saw a pot of red pottage before? So sometimes we read the story and think that, you know what I mean? Like Esau didn't know what was going on. No, Esau was a cook too. Esau will prepare venison for his father. So Esau knew that that food was not done. That's why he said that same red pottage, basically saying modern day, listen, I know the food is not done, but still feed me with the same food that's right there. Like feed me, basically give me some of the pottage how it is. I'm tired, I'm faint, I don't care. You will see this type of action more so from modern day Hamites or some of our people who have taken on Hamite ways, the ways of the Gentiles. And I'm going to show you a video to prove it. Sometimes they're cooking that soup, they'll slaughter badgers, they slaughtering porcupines and all that, right? And they putting the guts in the soup, they putting the fur and everything, and they getting in that soup sometime because they're hungry, because they were hunting, and they're just getting right in it even before it's done. So it's not that their intentions is to always just go out to eat blood, but sometimes they're just doing it anyway because they're faint and tired because they had to hunt for their meal. And that's why I'm trying to be realistic instead of clowning around, because Esau was tired. Because when you read in, I think, the book of Jasher, or I don't know if it's in Jasher, I forget the book it's in, but he was tired coming from a battle with Nimrod. Okay, he was fighting against Nimrod and he was afraid, almost to death. Now, we don't get into the kingdom because of our intentions. We get in because of our actions. Okay, so I mean, it is what it is. That's what he decided to do. He knew that there was a covenant that he should not eat blood. Instead of waiting and saying, hey, do we have something else? Do we have some milk or something else? They always had milk around. They always had bread around. He wanted that actual red soup. Now, if he learned to eat this red soup from the Canaanites that he was going to, you know how you have a son, right? You have a few children. You got one son, he may be good, listening to everything you say. Then you got another son, he's telling you, oh, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. But then he's going out doing whatever he's doing and you have no clue. So Esau very well could have been going to that mountain where Satan was, where those Canaanites was, because that's eventually he married a woman from there, and he could have learned some customs of them, or he could have just did it, or he just could have been faint. Whatever his reason was, he did it. But the Most High told us, don't eat the blood, and he would have learned that from Isaac. All right, so it's not that he didn't know. So he said in verse 30, and Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage. Just how it is, he's saying. For I am faint. Therefore his name was called Edom. Because that was not done by Hebrews. So it was so bad to the point that where his name had to be changed to red. So, hey, when the Most High saw that, Esau's name became red. Because now he's doing what the Canaanites are doing. Right? He's related to Jacob, related to Isaac, related to Abraham, but now he's doing what the Canaanites are doing. Eating the blood. Okay? And Jacob said, sell me this day your birthright. And Esau said, behold, I'm at the point where I'm about to die. What profit shall this birthright do to me? It's one thing to be faint and hungry, but to speak down on your birthright now as well, right? I'm not saying the Most High should have had grace on him because he was tired and faint for eating the blood, but now you just speaking down on your birthright, like, man, forget it. Give me that food. Right? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. And Jacob gave Esau bread. So he could have just, now check it out. The bread had to be already done, but the soup wasn't done. So could not Esau have just asked for bread? That's how I know what I'm talking about. We always had bread as Hebrews. We always had milk and butter. That was normal. Wherever we traveled, we had bread. So I knew that Esau could have came and just asked for some bread or some milk. Right? To just hold it down until the soup was done. Because the bread has, hey, every nutrient in it except for 4. Okay? So he would have been filled. Okay? All right, he would have been filled. But he decided to eat that red soup. So Jacob gave him what? Bread and pottage of lentils. And he did eat and drink even though the soup was not done. and rose up and went his way, and Esau despised his birthright. He didn't care. He looked down on it. So the Bible had to actually say that. So we don't need nobody feeling sorry for Esau, because when you read it how it's supposed to be read, you see that he didn't care about it. He didn't just ask for bread. The bread was done. Because if you're serving me soup that's not done with bread, that bread must be done. Or you would be getting raw bread that's just dough and soup that's undone. Okay? So there's no need to feel sorry, because he said, feed me that same red pottage, meaning just how it is. All right? What if it was spices making the pottage red? I am so glad, Miss Awaken, that you said that. I am glad, because that's the next scripture we was going to. Miss Awaken, I have your answer. Because this is why you have to have precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. And I can show you cultures that still cook the way that Jacob was cooking. Right? We're going to go to Hebrews 12 and 16. So I had to have this scripture as well, knowing that some beginners or some people who still drinking milk in the spirit, they would think that, well, Jacob tricked Esau. He didn't. This is how we're going to prove in the Bible that he knew that the soup was actually undone. One, I just told you through the key word. He said, feed me with that same red pottage. To say the same red pottage, meaning I know that the soup is undone. Esau's a cook himself. So let's go to it. Hebrews 12 and 16. Hebrews, and guys, you probably don't even know where the lesson's going, but we getting ready to go into it. You're going to be like, whoa, I didn't see the lesson going here. Hey, guess what? Hey. That's why you got to stay tuned. Here we go. Excuse me. You ready, Miss, what was the name? Miss Awakened? I don't know. I know that's probably not your real name, but check it out. Hebrews 12 and 16. I want you to pay attention. Let me see. Let's go to 15. Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of the Most High, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you. As a matter of fact, 1 second. Yeah. Looking diligently, lest any man fail of the grace of the Most High, lest any root of bitterness springing up trouble you, and thereby many be defiled. Lest there be any fornicator or profane person, as Esau, who for one morsel of meat sold his birthright. Miss Awakening, I hope that answered your question there. There was meat in that pottage. Precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little, there a little. And we've been teaching this from the beginning, right? So there goes your meat that was in that pottage. If you cooking beans with no meat, them beans is trash. I'm going to tell you right now. And now you may like it like that, but maybe because I'm from the South, them beans probably taste like air. Cause let me tell you, down here we got that sausage, which I can't eat they sausage. I got to make my own or get it from a certain place because of the pork skins. But you know, I don't really eat the sodium nitrate sausage in the store like that because that have cancer things popping off with that, right? So I have to go to a specific butcher to make sure they have beef skins with beef sausage. I don't eat that sodium nitrate. Trust me. It kills not only bad bacteria, but good bacteria. It's a preservative they use, but they have natural, I just learned they have natural sodium nitrate that you can deal with when you're making sausage. But it's like totally natural, okay? Naturally occurring. But only beans I'm eating like that if it got to have some broth in that thing to get close to some type of meat taste. Boy, but just beans and water and butter and some seasonings, they can't hold the seasonings. You need that meat up in there. Please don't ever serve me nothing like that unless that's all you have. I'm going to pray over that thing and act like it's some meat in there. Lord have mercy. I'm from Louisiana. Please don't do that to me. That ain't gonna be right. Okay. Anyway, so showing you that there was meat there, and that Esau is a type of person. There you go. See, Humble Servants Homestead, she be on her game. Celery salt as a natural cure for sausages. That's the one I was talking about, my sister. Exactly. See, the homestead life, it may look like people simple, but they have way more wisdom than the rest of the world when it comes to how to live. That's the real cash. That's the real bag. So we all have to learn it. Okay? We need to learn it because that's what we're going to be doing in the wilderness. Holding each other down, right? Anyway, have you guys noticed how if you have Esau friends who are wild, they be out there chasing hogs, rolling in dirt, putting deer piss on them and all, deer urine and all that on them to catch their little deers, and sometimes they end up getting hurt out there. And it's saying, lest there be any fornicator or profane person. Now, people who use profanity a lot, Esau, have you not noticed that most of their slang words are fornicating words? And you know, it'd be crazy how they use the F-bomb for everything. Oh, F me. Oh, you know, he sucks. Hey, it's like they have, and excuse my language, but all of their words when they get emotionally happy or angry, they're always using sexual, promiscuous profanity in their language. Have you guys not noticed that? I can't say them all on here because it's unlawful for me to speak these things, but I mean, they got some words. The F word is usually, you know, oh, F me. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. You know, they don't necessarily mean it, but it's become a part of their culture where you can see a proper corporate guy say something like that. And you're like, man, what's going on? This is just Esau. And the Bible is describing them. What somebody said, word salad. The Bible is describing them exactly of who they are. How could you not know who Esau is? The hunter. When you turn on the TV, who do you see hunting most of the time? It's not that Jacob can't hunt or don't go hunt, but who was the main hunter? It was Esau. He got the he got the activated charcoal under or whatever substance they use all on his face. You're right. He's disguised in the grass. You know what I mean? He smells like the animal so he can catch him. Cold hunter. Can't knock him for what he does. He be on his game literally. Right? So I'm not going to put no salt in his game because he on his game. And everybody got to have him a white friend. It's just what it is. Because they're going to do some things some things you're not going to do. It's not that you can't do them, but Jacob wasn't really doing all that. He's worrying about making sure he stay alive. He's not jumping in the water with sharks. He's not swimming with alligators. We know some country black dudes who do some things like that, but that's not necessarily what we do. Okay? So I wanted to bring this out there to prove that there was meat in there which caused the blood. Those red lentils did not dye the soup red. I'm not saying they can't, but they didn't, according to scripture. All right? So you probably like, is this just going to be a basic lesson about blood? Of course not. 1 Samuel 14 and 32. Just giving you some examples right now about how the Most High told us don't eat the blood. And then we'll go into some links and you're going to be like, wow. Yep. 14 and 32. One second. Let me get it here. First Samuel 14 and 32. Man, this wind is blowing crazy out here tonight. And the people flew upon the spoil and took sheep and oxen and calves and slew them on the ground. And the people did eat them with blood. Now, why did the Bible feel like it needed to highlight it? We just read in the law that it said don't eat sheep, oxen, calves, goats, you know what I mean, with fat, and don't eat the blood. And what do we see here? A law being broken. They were going to war with Saul, okay? And I think they were going to war against the Philistines, and they were hungry, famished, and starving, and they end up eating the blood. So they ate them with blood, verse 33. Then they told Saul, saying, behold, the people sin against the Lord, in that they eat with the blood. And he said, you have transgressed. Roll a great stone unto me this day. And Saul said, disperse yourselves among the people, and say to them, bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them here. So they got a stone to use like a chopping block to actually cut their meat, to actually deal with it the proper way. So you have the king trying to save them from sin after his mess already, though. But anyway, verse 34 says, and Saul said, disperse yourselves among the people, and say unto them, bring me hither every man his ox, and every man his sheep, and slay them here and eat, and sin not against the Lord in eating with the blood. And all the people brought every man with his ox with him at night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar unto the Most High, and the same was the first altar that he built unto the Most High. So I wanted to show you once again another situation where the men failed to doing something the Most High said. Now this wasn't Esau. This was an Israelite. These were Israelites dealing with this, right? And we know that Jeremiah 10 says what? Let's go there before we go into our links. All right. Jeremiah 10. Jeremiah 10 says, hear ye the word which the Lord speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Not to the Gentiles, to you. Now, any Gentile that would be among us, they had to follow these rules. O house of Israel, thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. Don't do the same things the heathen does. All of these things we learn from white people. I got to wear Gucci. Or I got to wear this. Or I got to do this. Or I got to eat my steak like the white people because that's the proper way. Who says that's the proper way? Who has been made the man to say that it's best for you to eat your steak like that? It came from the white man or the red man. And I'm going to prove it. It's already proven through the Bible, guys. Our God told us don't eat the blood. Well, there's no blood in there when I cook my steak like that. It better not be. If that thing leaking, if that ain't grease, and that thing is like that, because I know people in Europe who try to act pompous and every time to act proper every time. They for some reason everything they say is the correct way. Wrong. It must be too cold out there. Y'all need some sun. That's wrong, because our God said to do things a certain way, and that's the way we should do it. Right? So, any place, it's unfortunate that our people have went among the Gentiles, America, Australia, Jamaica with the carnival time, Trinidad. I could just keep naming the places. South America, they learned a lot of things from white people, Puerto Rico, everywhere we go. We have taken the ways of our captives in some ways. Okay, we have. And if we don't acknowledge it and do better, maybe we'll suffer for it, for some of the things I'm going to bring out tonight. So I'm not telling people to serve you a burnt black charcoal steak. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all. But the good part about some parts of the skin being burnt, and I'm not saying like really burnt, it actually acts like charcoal into actually taking toxins out of you. When some of the meat on some part of it is burnt, you're eating, but any poisons or toxins coming you, that's actually acting like charcoal. Just like they make activated charcoal out of coconut husk and stuff like that. Yeah. So the Most High knew perfectly exactly what he was saying with everything. I'm not talking about tough, dry meat. It's not what we're talking about. That thing still got to be tender in the middle. Right? Don't get it twisted. You're going to break your teeth on something like that. So, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. For the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain. All right? So I'm not going to go into the rest of it, because I specifically want to show why Israelites in specific should not deal with this. If other people want to deal with it, I'm not arguing them down and fussing them down. Let them eat their blood. Let them sip their red. Let them sip their red. Now you got to hide your kids and hide your wife. They sipping blood from anything. Right? Now we're going to go into a few links here. But before we do that, I'm going to go, before we do that, I'm going to go take a wiki leak really quick. So I'm going to play a little song. What song should I play? I really don't play songs on here anymore. People sending me too many thousands of songs, and then they be falling off from the body, and it becomes vainglory. So I can't be playing everybody's music on here no more. It always ends up like that. Some musician becomes famous and thinks he's famous, couldn't get famous in the world, and he wants some vainglory. It's like the good mess it up for the bad sometimes. Lord have mercy. So, and I really rather not play my own stuff, because I don't want people thinking that it's all about me. It ain't about me at all. So, but let me see. Let's see what Tazabah got in there. Well, we got some good brothers out there. Hold up. Let me see what we got. I'm gonna play this little song. Sometime I work out to the gym with this. Yeah, it's called Pray to God. Let me see. So y'all give me a second. We coming right back, and we going straight in. It's an old song from Tazabah with his little sons. All right. Fair use for educational purposes only. All right.
Pain is real. In life, everyone goes through something. Everyone will have a story to tell. Question is, what would it be?
Let me tell you about my life, I came a long way. I was chilling with my youngs in the hallways. Every night we had to get it by the hard way. You show your pain, they gon' treat you like you nothing. Yeah, memories of my old ways. Mama had to tell me stop trapping. Everybody saying they too lacking. Had to tell them boys they capping. I gotta stay on it. The food in the house, it was hurting our stomach. I'm giving them love, they don't want it. I never would think that I'm chosen. My life was a mismatch. I do not think that they get that. They told me they love me, then switch that. I'm chillin' with God like a kid back, yeah.
I've been praying in the night time, hoping that I see the daylight. If I don't make it to the daylight, hope to God that He take mine.
Pray to God that He with, Pray to God that He with, Pray to God He my witness. Pray to God that He hear me.
Every since 17, busting off 17 from the clip like it was nothing. Block every night it was jumping, just off hard head I was getting to something, yeah. Catching feds every day was crazy, looking out for people that was shedding. Mama crying daily cause she raised me, praying that nobody kill her baby. I seen it done physically, homie go mentally, pain inside killing me. Don't know what got into me, can't see it visually, something is changing me. Rest in peace to all my real ones that's dead and gone. Gotta make a change for the good Lord, come call me home.
I've been wrong for too long, I'm just trying to do right. Before you take me home, help me change my life.
I've been wrong for too long, I'm just trying to do right. Before you take me home, help me change my life.
Grew up in the hood where bad things happen. Blends on the corner stuff, can't imagine. Boys outside, poppin' like what's cracking. Stealing from the store, they wouldn't think me to happen. It's California streets, crazy to see. They just tryna take your soul. You had to make it out before you get stuck. Ain't go down that long, wrong road. All I got is my faith. It's a struggle every day. Living life as a runaround. Got a transfer way underground. I remember them days. Hard life full of pain. Can't go back to them ways. I just wanna see us change.
I've been praying in the nighttime, hoping that I see the daylight. If I don't make it to the daylight, hope to God that He take mine.
Pray to God that He with me. Pray to God that He with me. Pray to God He my witness. Pray to God that He hear me. I've been wrong for too long. I'm just trying to do right before you.
Whoa! That is Pray to God or the Most High by my brother Tazabai. You know what I mean? Every now and then I might get a little track on here. You know what I mean? That thing was hot though. He had that thing sitting in the tuck. You know what I mean? Talented brother. And the reason I feel it because he ain't lying about his life. I can't really, even in the truth, this is the thing for me. You got people who be talking about, oh, I used to do this and do that. And let me tell you, you is a total liar. I can't stand that type of music. You could be calling on the best name, but if you's not telling the truth, it's not real. I can't even feel that because you are adding onto your story. That's not right. Because I feel this brother, and I'm not saying he better than nobody else. I feel people like Quadam. I feel certain people because I know that these people are telling the truth. So I don't feel these little brothers coming in here trying to swipe some little chicks on the side, some sisters on the side, and they telling some fake story. Cause let me tell you, we not gonna get into all of that, but the reason why I feel this song because I know this brother, and I know that that's a real story. People who know my music, who listen to me, they know that everything's verified. It's not about being hard. It's just like when you listen to the overcoming in a person's new life, you can actually feel it for real. All right. So that's just how I am from my era. You had to be about what you say you about. You can't be like, man, I was making millions. And then come to find out when we go do some research, you wasn't doing nothing. You was rubbing two coins together. Nah. So it's not about, see, truth music, you don't have to be a gangster. You just need to be yourself so that the Most High can actually be exalted, because if it's false, it's not a real exaltation to the Most High. If it's vainglory, it's not a real exaltation to the Most High. See? So you can be a perfect kid who never went through none of that, and I'm still going to feel it because you're being yourself. Okay? So I just want to put that out there because, hey, we got to be official. We got to be official, straight up. You can sing the best song or rap the best song, but if it's just flawed or false for me, and it's like just like vainglory, I will not play it. If everybody else play it, they can play it. But I'm a man, and I only roll with men, the elderly people, the men, the elders, and men of principle. I don't deal with clowns and vainglory. So you got to be true and humble, you know what I mean, in this. So anyway, let's get to it. Just so y'all can know, don't send me nothing if it ain't involving that. Okay? Please. So, let's get to it. Tribes, let's go to tribes eating raw meat and unclean foods. I want to give you an example of what Jeremiah 10 was actually talking about. Man, that wind is blowing crazy right now. I just want to give you an example. Let me see, can I find, I want to put this out there. I'm not putting this out there to make fun of these people, but what I'm learning is that the Bible is so accurate. It's so accurate because some of these Canaanite type of tribes, some of these Hamite tribes are still doing some of the things the Most High told us don't do till this day. And some of our people who live among them have either mixed with them or live very near them and have turned to doing some of these things. But there's a reason why we shouldn't do some of these things. All right. And we're going to go through it. So this is one of the tribes they call out there a Hadzabi tribe. And I feel like Esau is not right. I think Esau is probably going out there, putting these guys on camera, and he's getting views, and he's probably getting these guys a pack of rice or some bread every now and then, or Coca-Cola or something like that. I think that's not right. But I mean, it's on the internet to see, so I'm just showing you for an example. All right. Sometimes they'll just get badger. They'll get any little thing, monkey, and they just eat anything they can to survive, which shows you how on point the scriptures are. Usually a lot of people who's living out there like that is either going to be Ham or Reuben or Canaanite tribes. Okay, that's usually who you're going to see. So let me see. Can I find one of these videos here? Because they just eating a lot of stuff raw, not cooking it. I mean, they eating this tripe right here. It's just not even cooked. So I'm just showing their customs. They can do what they got to do to survive. I'm showing their customs. Now, when the scripture said, when we get in the wilderness, some people are going to be hiding behind the tree, eating the mouse and eating the swine. Some people may want to be among the children of Israel. Some people probably have started to do these things and get accustomed to these customs, no pun intended, among other Gentiles, and they'll be Israelites, but when the Most High is testing us and maybe we don't have food at a certain time, like I read to you guys before in the book of Josephus, they feel it's necessary to go ahead and get them what they feel is quickly available, like swine or mouse. Or they will just, you understand, eat it just because they're still fans of it. So they're eating tripe here, but let me see if I can find something else there. Let me see, hold on 1 second. And they still have this old language they talk. I don't know what this is he's eating, but I really want to stay on point. You got little grapes right there. Man, it's rough out there, man. I mean, following the Most High is on point because we have to be grateful for what we have because it's pretty rough out here. These guys, they don't waste anything. I'm going to tell you right now. They don't waste anything. Hold up. I know there's a lot of videos on here like this. There's so many where they're actually eating raw meat. Man, I don't know how many parasites is in that foot. Lord have mercy. Right? Let me see here. So they cooking these, but it's some ones where they eating that thing raw, guys. I mean, it's pretty crazy. And I'm not gonna make the whole show about this, but Lord have mercy. You Israelites, you are blessed because even in your captivity, it's been rough, but it ain't been this rough. So Judah let me tell you, Judah is blessed. It's have been almost one of the, and we never brag on captivity, but you've been blessed on the Esau. If you were among them Arabs, and when our forefathers were enslaved to the Arabs, you talking about stuff like this. It's real out there. You guys are blessed. The Most High loves his people. Let me tell you right now. Because it can be just like this where, oh boy. I mean, it's so much. I can't really go through it. But if you ever get time, you go through to see what I'm talking about here. I mean, it's pretty rough. I mean, these guys are eating, I mean, they eating that tripe raw. I mean, they just rinse it with water. I'm like, Father, have mercy. Father, have mercy. And not only these guys. You might think, well, Elder, they doing what they have to do to survive. Well, let me show you. You think that that's just the case? You think that that's just the case. So I'm probably not going to be able to go through. I probably should have checked out some of this before I got on here. It was just so vast. I thought I can... Lord have mercy. So, I mean, yeah, let me go to the next one. This will take me forever trying to find one of those actual videos. I hope you.
Aha, my bawa, I'm a quarter to cook and I'll talk Usepan and I'll talk a kata or Usepan. I have to go sang on it. Kaya to cook and second hair Otamana come at when Usepan.
Oh, no, brother, don't do that.
Summer. Aha, my bawa, I'm a quarter.
Listen, I thought you finna get straight money with that, but listen, we're gonna. It's so many of those videos he got that Esau trying to get his views off these guys. Once they find out, they probably gonna eat him. It's some tribes out there that actually do cannibalism and all that. But I have to move on because I can't find exactly the ones that I be seeing every day. Those of you who follow my I'm a Lion, I Ain't Lying, you already know some of the ones I be posting. Like, Lord have mercy. So we're going to I have a link of another tribe, Hamite tribe too. Fair use for educational purposes only. Come on now, come on with the link. What's going on here? What's going on? Why is it taking forever? Excuse me, guys. I don't know why this thing. I got 2 links for this same tribe, so it's all good if you don't want to show me this one. It's all good if you want to do it like that. There we go. Fair use, educational purposes only. Now, this is Ethiopia. A lot of you guys, we're Ethiopians is, Jews and, you know what I mean? We're related to the Ethiopians. No, we're not. Let me tell you right now. We may have some people that live among them there, but get that garbage out of your head. Don't let them tell you in the West Indies that we related to these guys. That's Solomon's children. Oh, no. I'm showing you tonight the cultures who deal with this. Excuse me. There we go. You thought it was just Esau. A lot of the Gentiles guys do the same thing, and Esau really learned a lot of this from them. Right? Ethiopians, look how close that these Ethiopians look to the East Indians or Babylonians. They really all look similar. Egyptians, Ethiopians, right? East Indians, they really all look very similar if you paid attention. Okay?
ለኮምቦ ውስጥ የሚገኝ ደቀቅ ያለ ጣፋጭ ጥብስ ነው። አያምርም? በእናታችሁ መጨረሻ ላይ ለ500 ሽልማት ይኖረናል። ሰው ሁሉ ስጋ ቤት ጥራ ሲባል ለምን ዮናስ ጨርጨር ብሎ እንደሚጀምር ዛሬ ነው የገባኝ። ከጓደኞቼ ጋር ሰሚት የተከፈተው የዮናስ ጨርጨር 3ኛው ብራንች ሄደን ነበር። በጥሬ ስጋቸው ይታወቃሉ። የራሳቸው
Oh, brother, what's going on? You feeding this guy? What's really going on? So not only are these other coaches what the Most High said, listen, in Jeremiah, stop doing what the heathen do. They're feeding each other. And some of you who are ignorant, you see these people over here, you like, oh man, that's black people doing that. And these people will be from a whole nother nation, whole nother nationality or tribe. These are Ethiopians. He feeding this dude. They all feeding each other. What's really going on in Ethiopia we need to know about. And they want to promote Judah as Saucy Santana. They want to promote Judah as all of these new sloppy joke guys in this rainbow situation. We need to be, listen, tonight we showing what really goes down. How the Egyptians get down with each other. How the Egyptians get down and, they be twerking. See? They be twerking in Islam. You didn't know it, did you? And I'm not lying. There's videos on the internet. Okay? So you get to see how it gets down in Islam. Because a majority of Ethiopia is also Muslim. There go your raw meat, not just from Esau. This is where Esau learned it from.
በውስጡ ክትፎ፣ ከረሜላ፣ ደረቅ ጥብስ፣ ዝማሙጃት፣ ጎድን ጥብስ፣ አይብና ጉንዳን ጥብስ አለው። ለ3 ሰው በቂ ነው። ስፔሻል ክትፎም አብሮት አይብ።
Dang, brother, you gonna let another man feed you like that? Whoa. See, that part, when I looked up the video, I didn't even pay attention to that part tonight. I'm like, hold up, they feeding each other.
ክትፎና ዝማሙጃት አለው። እኔ ግን ኮምቦአቸው ተመችቶኛል። ከሮብና አርብ በስተቀር በማንኛውም ቀን ብትሄዱ ቪዲዮ ላይ ያያችሁትን ማግኘት ይችላል።
Oh my goodness, that looked like an Ethiopian Usher concert. You know how Usher got the little cherries? They got the raw meat out there. Lord have mercy. Don't eat the blood. Now you see what happens when you eat the blood. It changes you into a whole other person.
እንደተለመደው ከአንድ እስከ 100 እድለኛ ቁጥራችሁን ኮሜንት ላይ ጻፉ። ቁጥሩን ያገኙ 5 እድለኞች ይጋበዛል።
We thought it was bad that the dude come with a little salt and he be doing a little sprinkle of salt. Now, and you know what I mean, he be cutting meat for people to eat. This is worse. It done got real.
ዮናስ ጨርጨር የሚገኘው ሰሚት ፍየል ቤት ዛዮንስ አይስክሬም።
You want to visit Ethiopia? There you go. So, hey, you can come over there and they start talking about, yeah, man, you Israelite too? Yeah, I'm Jewish too. And then before you know it, man, you want to come go out to eat. Before you know it, you like, you know what? I think I'll pass. Because I don't need no dude passing me some meat to my mouth. Yeah, no pun intended, excuse me. Yes. Lord have mercy. It's bad out here. Yeah, so listen, this is, you thought it was just Esau? Don't eat the blood. But we gonna show Esau tonight again. Fair use for educational purposes only. The Liver King is what they call him. Many people think that, I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I have been working out for many years. Even before I got to Egypt. I was working out with swole dudes. Prison type of guys, right? And we used to do 1,000 push-ups a day, even before I joined the truth. And I worked out with people who were on steroids or not. I never really got into it of why they did it and all that. Some of them told me why, and you know, there's health issues that come with it. And most of the people who guys are subscribed to, I'm not really subscribed to most people because I know that they're on gear. I know even when I'm in the gym, who's on gear, who's not, whose muscles look too hard in 3D. I understand it all. Okay? And I have stories to tell about it, right? So anyway, most of the Russians are on steroids, and this is a fact. When I was in Egypt, you can just go get steroids from the pharmacy like easy. On that side of the world, it's just normal. Over here, you can get arrested and go to prison and go to jail with it. Now, obviously, this guy is promoting you got to do all of this stuff to become big, not telling you he's on steroids. For sure, 100% he's on steroids. You also have a group that's out there, meaning most men who's on YouTube today, most of the workout community, they're not going to tell you the truth, but they are saying, I'm a lifetime natural. Why are they saying lifetime natural? Because they are claiming that testosterone, because testosterone is natural, and they're going to get TRT, however they're getting it, and some of these things you can get from doctors. But when it's synthetic, your body will depend on it and you won't be able to reproduce it over time. That's why I actually sell ultra tests, knowing that it's ultra estrogen out here. Too much estrogen for a woman is going to cause issues. Too much estrogen for a man is going to cause issues, all the way to cancer. So I supply herbal testosterone. But when you take synthetic, what you gonna do in the wilderness? Where are you getting where's your doctor at who's giving you this testosterone? See? So they come on here and act like you need to eat this and do this, and this is gonna get you swole. You need to take this. When they're not telling you, they're taking steroids. And women out there, I just want to educate you. You will not look like a man from working out. That's just an excuse or a lack of education. Your own hormones will make you look like your own genetics. Most of the women who work out, who thought they could not get a behind or whatever, they end up getting it because they put 10 years in and they didn't even know they can genetically have that. You got to work out to get it. You got to eat to get it. Most women didn't know they can actually be smaller through working out. It burns fat. You're not going to look like a man unless you start to take it too far with competing, where you're pretty much starving yourself and you're too lean, more than a woman should be. So I'm dropping a little knowledge on you guys of how this works. Esau right now, we're going to play the video. He's promoting to you to be all man like me. You must eat raw meat. And he got some things on there I can't show. This dude is dealing with reproductive organs and eating it and all that with his partners. So he going a little too far. So when the Bible says, lest thou be like Esau the fornicator, now you can see why. After he did that, he took on the life of something else. And unfortunately, through some of his children, they still have this spirit that he has until they baptize and turn themselves to something else. They're too free, too wild and too free, some of them. And when we become like that, that's not what we were called to do.
The chefs made me today meat mountain for the Liver King because I keep stealing all the meat that they make. So I think what they tried to do was make me so.
So when the Bible called him Edom after eating meat, look at this man's chest. You don't see all his blood vessels in his chest of why the Most High called them red. Eating meat, and they came out red and very hairy. The new Esau you see is got shaved and got a, and I'm not speaking against him. I'm just telling you the truth. But their natural look, in the land of Judah or America is a little different. This ain't our land, but I'm saying we're here. We make all the style. We make everything fly. Please, I can tell you the website name later. Please, Elder Dale, if anybody asks for the website name, you can give it to them, but I have to stay teaching.
Delicious, so I didn't steal anymore. So here's what Liver Kings have for a snack today. This delicious meat mountain, raw, with some delicious salt. Liver King raw.
There you go. The chefs ain't make you nothing. They just gave you some raw meat, brother. Right? So the Liver King this is the thing about men. They get this vainglory in them, the tough guy thing. Like, guys, strength comes from heaven. Yes, you have to work out. Yes, you have to do these things. But vainglory comes from the devil. But strength comes from heaven. Right? Strength comes from heaven. People do whatever they need to do to get views today. Right? Fair use, educational purposes only.
Like when you see a little kid or a baby doing something?
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I really want to
chicken breast. These guys eating raw chicken breast.
Yeah, so I'm a little baby to you?
Well, you just seem helpless.
I'm a fucking hopeless baby.
Excuse the language.
Yeah, go for it. Right through the middle.
Okay, I got it open. Oh, the noise.
Just like a peach.
Okay, ready?
Yeah, man.
Cheers,
raw
brother.
chicken breast.
Cheers the big nuts.
Oh. Whoa. Hold up. I apologize. I didn't know these guys gonna get down like that. Lord have mercy. You know what? Let's go back to that scripture. Let's go back to that scriptures. Hebrews. These guys are wild. And that's another thing. When you get on those steroids, look at the demons you take on. You're really taking on the demon of like these fallen angels to try to act like and be like a god. And this is why when people try to feel sorry for Esau, right? They forget that the spirit that he put on his own children. The spirit he put on his own children. Look at these guys, filthy, profane mouth. Are we not seeing what the scripture says for themselves? They act very corporate and look down on you. But this is what's really going on behind the scenes. The spirit of their father. If they don't turn to Christ, they're going to be lost. Just like we would be if we don't turn to Christ from our forefathers' sins. Read it, verse 16. Lest there be any fornicator. Right? Or profane person. Did he have to say all of that? Could he not just eaten the meat? As Esau, for one morsel of meat, sold his birthright. The fornicating spirit of always speaking promiscuous profanity from his mouth for no reason. It's not even the timing is way off. Lord have mercy. Yeah, buddy. Elder Rock going in. Yeah, I mean, when you've been working out for a long time, you kind of already know who's who. And I really don't lose no sleep over what a grown man does. It doesn't mean people don't have to work hard and do things, but I'm not saying the man is less of or weak, but the customs of the heathen are vain. I can tell you that. Let me, now we're going to get to some meat and potatoes here. So I'll go to that in a second. The parasites in the blood. Let me see which one I want to go to first. So now, why did Elder bring out this don't eat the blood? Well, there's a few things. One, the Most High said the life is in the blood. Two, there's all type of witchcraft and sorcery that comes with this. We understand why Hollywood and the elites deal with bloods to take on demons. There's also parasites that are in the blood of why I'm telling you don't eat the blood tonight. Okay, so I have a lot of this video here bookmarked. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny about this video? The video I just showed you? This guy was full on eating something he ain't had no business eating. I'm gonna say it like that. And then I show you him with chicken, get ready to eat some chicken breasts. And it just turned, Lord. So don't ever subscribe to that channel. Lord have mercy. So I have some of these bookmarked here because I don't want to show you the beginning of the video because he really philosophized. No, not philosophize. His life, he's done more things. I only am eating the meat and spitting out the bones here. And that's why I tell you guys, let the elders do that part. You don't have to do it because sometimes if you're weak and you don't have a strong foundation, like many people, you'll fall off. Okay? Trust me. Just trust me when I'm saying that. You got people out there talking about the book of Barnabas. No. They think every extra biblical text is fact, and it's not. That's why you take the Hebrew Academy and they have already filtered the books for you so you don't have to go through heretical things and falling off. So you can be able to endure to the end. Trust me when I'm saying that. So let me get the bookmarks really quick. I had my wife give me a few bookmarks of it. And then, yes, let me see. Okay, timestamp. We have 25:53 to 27:25. You have to understand something. Just because people give good information that we know to be true doesn't mean that you should follow them and what they do. I keep telling people about this Yaki Awaken thing. The same thing Chingy fell for. Same thing Cali Muscle fell for. I'm just telling you guys. It be one seed planted in you. And now you believing in another teacher. That's like a sheep trying, you're in a pen or you're in a place where grass is and you want to go to the other side where you think the grass is greener. It's no different than why women fail from not listening to their husbands or children fail from not listening to their parents. Or like the children of Israel fell from not listening to their God. We're considered the sheep, his sheep. We want to go where the grass is green on the other side, where the Egyptians and the Romans are, and there you go. See, the Most High, he was like, listen, if he ain't 100%, and I'm 100%, what are you going to him for? What's the point? I can go over there and get you, get you whatever you need. What are you doing? So let me go to 25 and 53. But a lot of people are going to think they can just play along and, use a church. I know some people try to use a church. I'm just with the church. I can get to the wilderness. And that'll be stupid because you're just going to be among the rebels anyway. and you're going to die anyway. Some people are going to play along and it's all good. They can do what they got to do. That's between you and the Most High. You're going to play along to the wilderness, and then there's going to be rebels who's going to the wilderness too. So that's what people forget. It's not going to just be the righteous. Some rebels will make it to the wilderness only to get judged in the wilderness. The same person you're not listening to now is the same person you're not going to listen to in the wilderness. So that means you will be with the rebels. So I'm just giving you some food for thought. All right. Unfortunately. 25 and 53. You in the last times where you might want to get it together. I'm getting it for you guys. 1 second. All right, fair use for educational purposes only. That wind is blowing out there like crazy. This is Wayne Rowland. I don't know if he's still living. His story, he has a different story. He's been through a lot of different things, but I like the fact that he's whistleblowing about this. And Elder Rock had sent me this, so it's some good information in here. But I wouldn't, it's some things in the beginning of the video. It's his life. He was, dealing with different gods. So I'm just going to the fact of when people give you some knowledge you can't get, it's important.
They weren't interested. That floored me. So I said to them, what else?
Fair use for educational purposes only. These are his views, and I'm just putting it out there for education.
Are you not telling us? And that meant I had to go back into history and find out where they'd made a mess of it. And as the further I got back in history through the 1800s, I began to realize that, look, you compare a hospital today with all their fancy white uniforms and all their multi-millions of dollars of equipment, and what did they know back then? What were they doing? Guessing? I mean, what did a doctor know then? What was going on? Did they know absolutely nothing? I mean, that's the opinion that everyone basically has. Back there in the 1800s, they knew nothing. So I started finding books that were published by doctors through the 1800s, books that they read and books that they learned from. And lo and behold, out of every single book were deworming programs, parasite programs, all through America, all through Canada, all through the world, parasite programs. And
going all the way back to the 1800s and obviously further, if everything was about parasite programs, one can only assume that, like, hey, maybe technology increased, but it's like everything, if everything in that time was called a worm or parasite for the most part, I'm not saying every single thing, but because obviously you have toxins, you have microbes, but parasites are actual worms. If most of the things were parasites, why is at least not 10% of that being told when you come from the doctor? That's just a question. Right? Is your doctor ever telling you, hey, this could be a parasite? Or maybe, hey, back in the day, they used to talk about all the parasites, but today we do this. But because today is, in my opinion, it's a big money grab for pharmaceuticals, because a lot of doctors are coming out and saying, hey, we don't really learn anything about nutrition or parasites. We really learn more about medicine, as if being a doctor has always been only about medicine, when medicine was not back then. It was just the herbs. So that means, hey, what if all the new things that they're calling a disease or cancer or a tumor or this or that, and I'm not saying that, but what if a lot of the things that they're saying would be parasites? What if? Hypothetically, right? For those who have ears, let them hear. Let's continue.
Of parasites that they had found in flesh. For doctors in those days did autopsies, and they found parasites. And I looked at that and I got a hold of doctors, and they said, no, we don't have parasites today. No parasites in America. It's just third world country problem.
Third world country problem, but it seemed like a lot of those people were a lot healthier than a lot of people over here. When you go to the UK, when you go to certain European countries, a lot of the things that are not banned here are banned there, and some in Canada. So what's really going on? Are they parasite eggs in some of these preservatives? Or are they parasites in it that lie dormant, and then when you eat it and it goes through your gut, they come alive? Or are they just things that's continuing to feed the parasites? Right? to keep the people just totally, you understand, slumped down like some freaking zombies who can never have energy, who just being eaten alive every day, just enough to work in the modern day Egyptian and Roman Empire. All right, so let me go to the next point. You can watch the video in your own time, but I really just want to stick to the points tonight because I have so much information to go into. I'm going to go into 2808 to 33. All right. All right, I guess I can continue it.
Don't, but you do. So we started to search for parasite programs just to see what was going on, to see if maybe something was happening that we really didn't understand. So I did myself first. And lo and behold, I got 8 and 10-inch critters out of me. They were white. First of all, they were in a toilet.
Don't eat the blood. Parasites are in the blood. Huh? And you got Esau telling you, man, eat this. This is how you become a real man. You got to eat this from a cow, and you got to eat, you know what I mean? This is how you become a real man. No, this is how you become a real demon, brother.
I thought it was mucus. Until, just for a curiosity, I threw some hot water in the toilet to warm it up, and then went, and gosh, they strung out and they were swimming all over. And I thought, oh my heavens, look at that. Since then, I've done 100,000 of you. In 5 years, I've dewormed 100,000 of you. 100,000 of you. And you should see and hear the stories. We're now doing pictures in color out of clinics where you go potty on a special pot with a screen in it, and they take pictures of the parasites they get out of you on these different deworming programs. You're just not going to believe what I've got to show you next round. You're just not going to believe this. The last pictures are coming in when I get home. They should be there. The woman got 18-inch long critters out of her that were so thick she couldn't get them into a top of a juice bottle. She got 8 of them. 8 of them. They're usually translucent, they're usually white, and there's some of them that look like tarantula spiders, some of them look like grasshoppers, some of them look like little tiny miniature sailboats, some of them look like little spacecraft. This is really strange stuff. And every single person I have dewormed, I have never yet dewormed anyone where they didn't tell me, hey, I feel 25% better. I've got a lady that is getting little tiny crab-like critters out of the corners of her eyes every single day. They're coming out of her brain. I tried to talk a man who was really badly parasite-ridden, and people that are super parasitical, they have bad breath. Halitosis is a main cause. By the time you got halitosis, you're loaded, because that's worm urine and worm droppings that you're breathing out. So it's no wonder your breath's bad. The critters, when they pee, that's called ammonia. So just go to a doctor, have a blood test, and see what level of ammonia is in your blood. If you have ammonia in your blood, that's called worm urine. That's what it is. So we have a test to see if you've got a lot of worms. If you're on a fast and you're fasting and you're on a diet and you get a headache, you got the headache because the worms are all peeing, trying to get you to eat something else. They're trying to make you sick so you'll get off of what you're doing and start eating. So you take some arginine and orthodine, in a matter of 20 minutes, if the headache's gone, you've neutralized the worm urine and you know that you're loaded. All children that have little tiny pimples on the backs of their arms or little tiny...
Now, you do know that's why fasting restarts stem cells, right? The body, if it needs food, it will eat the protein from the muscles. It will get calcium from the bones. That's why you see people get thin over time. But sometimes when people have a serious health issue, that's why, according to research, people might fast or change and do a different diet because it helps them to detox. Now, it's not something you're going to do forever. you can't just fast forever just because you want to rid of parasites. You have to still eat to preserve yourself. Now, people can choose their own fasting schedule how they want to, however often they do it, but it is a method. But you can also get parasites out without fasting. I'm not saying you shouldn't fast. I'm just telling you, because I know some people are over righteous. They'll just fast themselves to damnation, just like some people precept themselves to damnation. Either way, fasting, not fasting, but just having the right things in you, the parasites can still come out. Okay, but if you don't have food, you should know, hey, you're gonna be getting your system gonna be getting cleaned out. That's why I tell a lot of people too, you eating vegetables, that's a sort of a fast as well. It becomes a lifestyle for people, but really it's not having enough nutrition for you over time. But it's a great big detox over time, right? So, but he's dropping some really good information here, okay? That's why Elder be telling y'all, hey, we have been told whatever, but we're not deworming enough. And also worms get very resistant to the same thing. So you have to have different protocols or different things to have. And unfortunately, because I'm not a doctor, I can't tell you that. I can only tell you, hey, some things I do and what other doctors like this or other people will recommend. Okay?
Edges of their cheeks have 5 varieties of critters in them. 5 varieties. It's time to deworm and it's time to get them out. Now what I found out is that vibration and frequency is everything. It is literally everything. If you take an aspirin, it changes the way you vibrate. And so it blocks the nerves so that you can't feel pain.
Now, I want to stick on the part with the blood, but in some ways he is very right, because they're using a HARP system to offset the normal way that the Most High would have, the normal balance of the earth of the Most High. When it comes to the sea, when it comes to the sun and the moon, the Most High has a certain balance in how everything is supposed to be in the earth. If you are leaving the arthropods in there for the normal animals to deal with, and for the arthropods to eat, the trash under the sea, and some animals to deal with the arthropods. If you're not eating, pork, which was used obviously like a dumpster back then, if you leave in a certain balance, now I'm not saying all the pigs should live, but what I'm saying is if you have a certain balance, then everything can operate normal. The soil balance is, let me tell you, in America, the soil is trash. Only people who are actually, using no-till methods are really having good soil. That's just the truth about it. It's not saying people can't grow food from tilling, because you can. If you just have some good soil, you got some good soil. Or if you're putting back in the soil what you took out of it, you're going to be straight. But the way that America forms is totally garbage. That's why you can't find iodine. That's why you can't find certain things in the soil anymore. And that's why you have so much disease. That's why you have so much worms and situations like that. Over-tilling. Overgrazing. Yeah, this is facts. Okay? So let me skip here to the next part. I think it's 35, 39 to 40. Fair use, educational purposes only. Forgive me for this ad. We're getting back to it.
I have picked several deworming companies because we found out that other scientists have stated that all cancer is caused by parasites of one sort or another. All disease is caused by the same way. Now,
Elder ain't saying anything. I'm educating you. That's all I'm doing. I'm educating you to something. This is his theory out there, okay? And this is other doctors' theory. Make sure you hit that like button.
When you eat food, you take on parasite eggs. You just do. They're in all vegetables. All of them.
Say what? Say what? So this is the thing I've been trying to tell people for years. You think I eat vegetables. I love them. I need them with every meal. But if you're not cleaning your things very well, guys, you're getting it from the soil. There's parasites in the soil. There's microbes in the soil. They help to kill off parasites. But it's hard to just not have them. You will never not have them. You just have to keep them at bay. You have to keep them to where your body is operating, where they're just keeping these things, just whipping them the whole time. And that takes a disciplined diet. It takes heating up the blood through exercise. If you don't exercise, you're definitely dealing with them. See? You got to heat the blood up. You have to move the gut. Move the gut. If the gut is just sitting still, everything it is operating. Move the gut. Make them uncomfortable. Heat the blood up, which causes toxins to leave the body, on top of eating a healthy and clean diet. That's why some people who like run track and do high intensity, and I'm not saying that's the best if you want to just keep yourself in shape, because you'll just burn all your muscle, right? You will have no curves and nothing no more. But it's a balance. You have to know what you're doing and how you're doing it, but you don't want to have none of these things in you if you can help it, right? Because like what he's saying and what other doctors are saying, hey, it's all type of issues that could come directly from worms. Some people saying every sickness comes from parasites. And I'm saying some people because I'm not finna tell you what I think of what I say right now. Okay? Now, I'm gonna tell you an example. I'm gonna wait.
Osmosis, when all those parasite eggs are in the soil and you water the garden, the eggs get into the plant through the process of osmosis, and you consume them when you eat a salad. The reason they hatch is because when they make salad dressing, they use propa-alcohol, food-grade propa-alcohol. They wash the huge tank out today, and tomorrow they make honey mustard, and they don't clean the propa-alcohol out of the tank properly. And so they mix the new salad dressing with propa-alcohol. That breaks down the shell of the egg, and when it gets in your gut, it hatches.
You hear that? Do you hear that? Alcohol was very much used in the year 2020. You got to get some alcohol wipes. Alcohol is where the worms love to hide. See? I'm just telling you, I'm not saying in an emergency, if you got some dog crap on your hand, you can't use no alcohol. But when you always using alcohol, see, I get me food grade essential oils. I buy me food grade essential oils. I got me a little peppermint, boom. I have food grade oregano. I have food grade spearmint, food grade cinnamon, whatever the case may be. Food grade rosemary oil. And I got a little spray bottle when I'm at the gym. I'm not going to be spraying a bunch of alcohol all over these seats. I spray my things on my hand. I can put it on my face, because guess what? It's food grade. I'm spraying the seats with my food grade essential oils that I know gonna knock out anything. Where it's parasites, you can shake somebody's hand and get a parasite. I'm not saying you shouldn't shake people's hand, but you need to have your body ready to fight against these. Right? Oh yeah. You can't live in a bubble. You can't run from it. You cannot run from it. Because once you get your body in a good state, the probiotics are so powerful, they will kill bad microbes. That's the job we need to do, not become afraid. How do we prep our bodies spiritually and physically for war? The diet I'm always preaching on here. Let's talk about it. God's diet, the Most High's diet. His fresh milled bread. Everybody, hey, get you a miller, start grinding that wheat. Azure Standards got it the cheapest right now, and they have organic wheat. You can get it from wherever you want to get it. Let's not argue about stupid points. Find a place to get you some fresh milled wheat. Find a place to get your meat from better places. Your milk. Start learning how to ferment things, which will keep you from cavities, keep your gut on point. Okay, now I'm going to be showing some things sometimes when I can. I'm just one man, but it's out there. Okay?
Now it gets into your bloodstream because it's a really, really small little organism, and it's can feel the vibration and goes there for safety to see if it is safe, and lo and behold it is. T cells can't go close to wood alcohol. And so it gets in there and it starts to grow up, and all kinds of others get in there and they have a great...
You hear that? Your own defense mechanism, those T cells cannot deal with it because of the alcohol, and the parasites go hide in that propyl alcohol that they use to clean that situation, which is why I really, it's not that I don't have Clorox in my house, but I really like to use vinegar. I soak some lemon peels in vinegar, orange peels in vinegar. I really try to use these things a little bit more. Essential oils. Now, when it really needs to just get the job done, obviously I have to use some other things when I have to, but I really like to stay using more probiotic cleaners. They're very expensive, so you can learn how to make your own. Certain enzymes that would just totally destroy some of the biofilm and things that comes from these microorganisms, right? And people in East India, they're using certain enzyme cleaners, and people are like, oh, it smells, but you can put essential oils. You can deal with certain things a certain way. But the good thing about those cleaners is once you clean or mop with those, after the floor dries, those microbes are still working and cleaning after you're done. We have to relearn a lot of the ancient ways, guys, and things. What I'm telling you is not opinion. This is facts.
And they drop their feces in there. The feces attracts another virus that lives in it, and mold, which grows little miniature mushrooms. And as a result, your children are born, or you get later diabetes. And so we put a program together, and I've got hundreds of diabetics that are no longer diabetics. It takes somewhere between 6 weeks and 3 months, and up to this point I've only had 2 failures in 5 years. 2 failures in 5 years, and I'm still working with both of them.
Okay, this is the automatic...
Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. YouTube want a little money. Right?
Worming program. When they get into your thymus, do you know what happens? Your thymus starts to shut down. It disturbs the quantity and quality of acid in your stomach, and as a result of that, you come down with Epstein-Barr, chronic fatigue syndrome, or candida. The mold now grows in your stomach because the acid isn't strong enough to kill it, and so the fruits you eat, here you've got a new problem. You're developing warts and all kinds of other things, and it's a mold problem. When you've got flukes in your thymus, you develop chronic fatigue and Epstein-Barr. All you need is a deworming program to shut it down. These folks in the back have a deworming program that we've done tests on. I do not make money on it. I do not sell it. It's a freedom of speech issue. All I sell are the support things around it. And I tell you folks, we've tried to get the program down to, instead of $600 like some other folks have, a full program to deworm you, we're down to somewhere around $245. And you can get your health back. And there are all kinds of things I've discovered that go with this. There's eye drops for those people that can't read and need glasses. If you get yourself a small amount of Clairvestan, which is an eye drop, and I think they've got some over there, you wind up rebuilding your eyeballs. I went to a man who needed deworming badly because he had bad breath, and he is an eye specialist, and he just laughed at me until he was doing an exam in the state that I live in on a woman, and a worm swam through. These parasites do not stay in one spot. They travel all over. They're small, they're microscopic, and you know what? just in the tapeworm variety, there are 700 varieties. Just in that one grouping. If you're loaded with parasites, you're going to go bald because certain parasites get into your scalp and there they shut down the hair follicles with their feces. And folks, when I dewormed, that's how I grew this hair back. You know how many men have grown their hair back because they dewormed and now they're doing their stuff? You'd just be amazed. The hair just starts to grow back. Epstein-Barr, children's eye infections, a couple drops of that water in the eyes and the pink eye vanishes. You can time it in 6 hours. You can time it. Chronic ear infections in children. They've had infections in there for a whole year. 8 ounces of that water, a little bit of a deworming program, and within 2 or 3 days the whole ear infection clears up and they do not come back. I'm telling you folks, this is big stuff. And now the FDA is on to us. They now know what the water will do. They now know what all this stuff is do, so they're prescriptionalizing everything. You will not be able to buy, you will not be able to hear me probably after February the 13th or so, or March the 5th.
1 second.
With the fact that you don't have to perform all the time. Ugh. Well, it's back. It's back. And it's not good. I wish it would go away. I really do. Just relax. Just relax. When I say so, not when you say so. You know, but this doesn't work. And I've forgotten about that. I really did. I forgot about it. And we've found out that we can do this. We can make you younger, make you vibrant, make you happy, make you healthy. There's all kinds of other little things. There's a substance, an ancient remedy called Lugol's iodine. Anybody heard of it?
Now let me tell y'all. See, so what I'm telling you is backed by him. It's so many people it's backed by. I showed you guys on the Patreon what the iodine did in the little petri dish under a microscope, how it totally destroyed it. Now that's not the only thing, but it's like meeting it with different protocols. You understand and deal with it, right?
You know, okay, we have some over here. Here's the issue. If you're not allergic to iodine, if you can eat shellfish, you're okay, and shrimp or crab or whatever, you're not allergic to iodine, you can handle this.
But see, that's why I told you guys. You see, this is how you know when somebody done their research. I told you guys why I didn't bring you some of this information before, because I didn't want people to go and get certain iodine that was going to have shellfish, you know what I mean, in it, and heavy metals. So I patiently worked hard to get some of the best in the world that's mined with none of that in there, for sure. So he's saying, that's why I said, if you go watch the video and you get desperate, you'll just, like, you know what, if this is going to do this, when, you know what I mean, shellfish, they have a lot of parasites. So, but they turn it in obviously after to iodine, but still, I had to get it from another source, a natural mind source. So yes, iodine is one of the things that does it. It's one of the things, but it does so many other things when you read the book. But I'm not bringing the show out about just iodine. That's just one of the things. It's other parasite situations that need to be met with as well. Iodine must be consumed even if you ain't worried about parasites. You need that in your body because every cell needs it. Okay?
6 little drops in 8 ounces of water 3 times a day for 3 days knocks out candida every time. If you're in bed laying down there with candida, damn it, it's because these critters are growing in your stomach and spreading through your system. Candida is knocked out with Lugol's iodine in 3 to 4 days. Then you can stop using it for a while.
Not me. I'm going to use it every day. Forever. Okay? So, listen. The body always needs every vitamin and mineral that it can get. And whatever it don't need, it'll let it go. Now, you don't just overtake everything, obviously, but hey, I ain't dropping off of nothing.
There's all kinds of little tricks and things, and I'm going to be over here. I can do a few readings and things, and for my...
Now, do you see what he said with Candida with just 6 drops of consistency? Now, your boy is up to 80 drops. Right?
Workshop. I got to find out when it is. I don't even know when it is.
Let me see, because I have to move on. I have to move on here. Let me see here. 4629. In the world is that? Okay, so we'll leave that there, because it's a long video, but I'm going to keep going here. Let me keep going here. Just pay attention, guys. Pay attention. For some of you newbies who are not in our church, you know what I mean? We're
avoid
just
these
educating
3
you.
foods because they can contain parasites that can cross into your brain. The first food is
fair use for educational purposes only.
Pork is the animal protein that is most likely to be contaminated with parasites, so it's best to avoid pork or make sure you know the farmer. The second food, and a food many think could be healthy, is salmon that is farmed. Farmed salmon is a source of parasites because they are raised in ponds. And unlike wild-caught salmon, which is great for your brain, farmed salmon contains parasites.
Now, that does not mean that wild salmon will not have parasites. Bears are eating salmon in the wild and still getting parasites. So it's not meaning that they won't. You need to stay on your deworming game, regardless if you're getting something that's wild or farmed, period. Because you can farm your own fish. So, and you know what you're feeding your own fish, but that don't mean your fish ain't going to have parasites. You're going to get parasites even if you eat good beef, grass-fed beef. They're eating on the ground, they're going to get parasites. It's unavoidable. But you have to just keep them at bay. That's just what it is. When you're eating your vegetables, you're washing them with baking soda. You're just trying to make sure you're really not getting a lot of them and making sure your system is on point to fight against them. When a person dies, the worms come out of them and eat their body. Just like when you bury something, maggots and certain other worms are going to come and devour your body. They have a job. All right?
Potentially end up in your brain. And the third food is sushi. The research shows that 1 in 3 people that consume sushi multiple times a week have parasites because most of these places that serve sushi use poor quality fish. And parasites can affect the body in a variety of ways, ranging from neurological symptoms like brain fog, energy, to skin issues, as well as digestive issues, to name a few. What are your thoughts on parasites?
All righty, I wanted to educate some of the people who were like, well, why you guys don't eat pork, shrimp, crab, or lobster? We don't want no worms in our brain. We're already dealing with worms anyway. We definitely don't want them in our brain. Right? And some people, we all used to eat pork chop. We have to detox. Right? So a lot of you already know how to clean your fruits and vegetables. You get that vinegar and that baking soda. Right? You get that lemon. Okay? And because these parasites can be, in this meat. And Jake is washing that food. This is just a good example.
And wash your meat properly, that is what happens. That's one of the culprits of the stigma that birria has for having a certain flavor. So here we wash our meat twice, and I just finished washing it the second time. I already dumped all the water out. And all we're gonna do is put all the meat into the pot. I have the ingredients in here that go with the pot. It's very simple. You do not...
Right? Clean that blood. Clean that meat. Okay? So a lot of you like your steak. Lots of you like your steak, rare, medium rare. I mean, personally, I don't. I'm not really arguing about somebody or how they like their food, but you don't know if that restaurant owner cleaned all that blood out. They just taking that steak out, popping that thing. You also don't know if they don't put vinegar and baking soda or lemon or something like that. One of these things, putting them all together is good too, to get the dyes that they put in some of this meat out. Now, obviously, if you're going to a good farmer, you might be okay, but that doesn't mean those good farmers don't have parasites in their meat. It's unavoidable. Dr. Oz say don't wash your meat. Yeah, because Dr. Oz is the Wizard of Oz. That's why. You don't see this dude ears? No offense. Let me tell you, Dr. Oz looked like an elf. No offense, Dr. Oz, but I mean, he looked like Amalek to me. He looked like he was placed. Dr. Oz looked like he was placed there for a reason. It's a certain look that some of Esau have that's at the top that you be like, man, this dude looked like something out of Lord of the Rings. Right? Straight out. I'm just saying. I watch a lot of Lord of the Rings, and Dr. Oz, I think he been put there for a reason. You know what I'm saying? There you go. There you go right there. That's your boy. Don't wash that meat. Like Yaki Awaken say. Him and Yaki Awaken must be talking. What Dr. Yaki Awaken say, don't wash your body too much. And Dr. Oz say, don't wash that meat. And then Jockey Awaken say, don't wash them feet. There you go. Now you got it. So, I'm just saying. I'm just saying, guys. Let me show you something here. Learn not the way of the heathen. Yeah, I don't believe in Dr. Oz. I done heard so much about this dude. I'm good. You think Trump didn't know what he was doing when he put Elon Musk in there? And Dr. Oz? Come on now.
Natural selection.
Fair use for educational purposes only.
Take its course. That's what we're doing.
So I just had the fermented liver. I feel pretty good. I waited 15 minutes, and now I'm going to have some more fermented pork. So it's, 3.5 weeks old now, I guess. I think there's too much fat in this pork because it's not fermenting like the way I'd like it to. Like, it's supposed to reek and stink like super bad and like burn your mouth.
He's literally eating rotting, desiccated flesh. He stated in his other videos that he will open the jars regularly so that air can get to the meat. So it's not fermenting, it's literally rotting. Literally rotting meat. And then he says, somebody asked him why he's doing this. Oh, because it heals depression and the nutrients go straight to your brain. That's not nutrients, that's botulism. You're explaining botulism. The toxin goes straight to your brain and attacks the nerves that stimulate your muscles.
Listen, once again, we went to Hebrews 12 and 16. Esau sometimes don't care. He's a little too free. They all need Christ. All these Gentiles, and let me tell you, the Asians say forget about it. They can make anything out of plastic. And they say we're going to just jump. We're going to forget all the idols. We jumping straight to the dragon. We going straight to the dragon. Huh? Asians say we're going straight to the dragon. We skipping Buddha, Allah. We going straight to the dragon. Show us him. Fair use, educational purposes only.
Nhìn không? Phải, không lắng ra đấy. Không, chào ấy. Chào ấy còn á. Chào ấy, 50 còn. Chào ấy.
So this Asian man, this Japhite man got the rat, one of them New York rats. He got, listen, New York, let me tell you, New York and Alexandria is so close. The taxis, the crowdedness, the nightlife, the rats, the gun laws. In Egypt, you can't have a gun unless you got a business. I'm like, man, who followed who here? Right? It's just crazy to me. Right? Yeah, so they got this rat here. And this Asian man is just chilling with this rat. The rat is rinsing him off. What's going on here?
Chào ấy đi. Chào ấy. Chào ấy 50 con. Coi. Bớt. Coi. 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 Để lá xuống hay nè. Lắng ra. Giờ mấy này đi. Ăn ta rồi.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell y'all something. Learn not the way of the heathen. You think you see everything that's going on out there? You don't. And like Elder Rock said, yeah, you got to stop eating things that some of these people tell you to eat on social media, because a lot of these people are plants. They just prove with Cat Williams, and I know Cat Williams come out to tell the truth and all that, because I've been seeing that for many years. Funny brother, but let me tell you something. The little chain he wears is for these Asiatic religions like Hinduism. Yeah. Go and look at that little chain that he's wearing. With the little it has like a ship wheel on it. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So I'm not believing in any of their plants. Nick Cannon, Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, I said Kendrick Lamar. Yeah, go and listen to some of his music. See him talking about, Metatron and him being reincarnated. Now you can say, hey, maybe he don't know that much. Listen, let me tell you something, guys. When you with Dr. Dre, you know what's going on. Trust me when I say that. Okay? A lot of y'all don't really know Dr. Dre got a nickname with a G, A-Y. Dr. You know who. Okay? And let me tell you something about Kendrick Lamar. And I pray the brother come to the truth one day. But he had a bunch of rainbow people on the stage with him looking like he was bringing together Bloods and Crips. Russell Westbrook wears a dress. What's this guy named? YG wears women clothing. And he had way more people on stage who was like that. So when you got a bunch of rainbow people and you call yourself a gangster, let me tell you, brother, nah. You can rap about Israelites all day long, but you got to prove that. You can have the tightest bars ever, but I don't believe in this beef against him and Drake. I don't. I believe it's all planned. These are pawns. Be very careful. A tree shall be known by his fruit, not by his talent. A tree shall be known by his fruit. Tupac too, sitting in the tub, great lyrics. And I believe that, hey, Tupac didn't learn until later. Or he was playing along the whole time. Maybe he got a little hard when he went around Suge Knight. I don't know. But listen, you got to endure to the end, and the same shall be saved. So better is the end of a thing than the beginning of it. Nick Cannon is talking to what's her name? What's the sister's name? The black sister. Can't even remember her name. What's her name? Candace Owens. just taking up for LGBT and the trans movement. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Right? Lord have mercy. I pray Ice Cube on point. But like I said, better is the end of a thing than the beginning of it. Kim Kardashian promoting robots, all these new shows about robots, and now dealing with robots. Let me tell you, it's over. But let's get back on subject here. I want you to check this out. It's in the blood. Don't eat the blood. Fair use, educational purposes only. What's in the blood? Hey, worms. Unclean things. Life. Be very careful. Check this out. I'm not saying anything. I'm just showing you things. All right? Don't come and say, oh, my elder told me to do this and my elder told me to do this. Elder is just putting education out. It's up to you and your family to go do your own education to see what's good for you. I only put things out for those who have ears to hear. You take responsibility for every action you make before you put something in your body. That's why I told you. Educate yourself with the doctors in this book. I am not a doctor. I'll tell you what I do. If you want to follow me on that, that's on you, but, right?
When you tell someone that a medicine for dogs cured your cancer, you better be ready for some skeptics. But Joe Tippin says it did save his life and others. And now even cancer researchers are open to the possibility it might be true.
My neck, my liver, my pancreas.
Monica Tillman, can you ask the question after I'm probably done with the lesson if you don't mind? But it's going to be available. It should be available in a day or two, but the latest the end of next week, but it might already be here. All right?
My bladder, in my bones, it was everywhere.
2 years ago, Joe Tippin says he was told to go home, call hospice, and say his goodbyes. The doctors were unanimous. He was going to die of small cell lung cancer.
Once that kind of cancer goes that far afield, the odds of survival are less than 1%, and the median life expectancy is 3 months.
Tippin says he went from 220 pounds to 110, but that was January of 2017. Today, Tippins is very much alive, and what he credits for his survival has doctors scratching their heads and the rest of us raising eyebrows.
About half the people think I'm just crazy, and half the people want to know more and dig deeper.
Tippin says he got a tip, not from a pharmacist, but a veterinarian. And in his desperation, he turned from people medicine to dog medicine, specifically fembendazole, or what you give a dog when it has worms.
Truth is stranger than fiction, you know.
Just 3 months later, Tippin says his cancer was gone.
I'm usually skeptical, and I was, and maybe still am, about this one. But there's an interesting background to this.
Cancer researchers like Stephen Prescott.
So some of these modern doctors are a little bit skeptical because of everything that they learned in school. Is like, well, hold up, right? If William Rowland is saying, hey, in a lot of the old books they were dealing with parasites, it would kind of make sense what this gentleman is saying if he's saying he cured himself with the active ingredient in dog dewormer, which is fenbendazole. I did a little bit more research because I used to wonder, why do dogs always die from parvoiness and things like that? One, the different breeding, and to me personally, the vaccinations that they give dogs and animals, I believe that takes away from their lifespan personally, right? Now, the body is strong enough to fight for itself if you give it what it needs. I went and looked up, I said, let me go and look up this, a while back, because I've been doing this for a while now, for a few years. So I said, let me look up this dog dewormer. This was during the time of 2020. I noticed that the price of it has skyrocketed. And I said, boy, if I try to get some of this dog dewormer and see what this guy is talking about, it's really expensive for my big family. So I looked up the active ingredient, and all on Amazon, the active ingredient was totally expensive. For a little bottle, a bottle that's this size, $100. See? $100, because they have fenbendazole. They actually have fenbendazole out there for humans, right? And I said, wow, So let me tell you, once this thing must have went viral at this time 5 years ago, to where people start making a bunch of money off of fenbendazole. Now, when you do the studies on fenbendazole, it can, according to research out there, it deals with different tapeworms that ivermectin cannot. When it comes to treating your sheep, right? That Christ calls the body the sheep. See?
Are skeptical, but they also are not dismissing this anti-parasitic's potential. He says Tippins is not the first person to potentially benefit, and maybe not the last.
Scientists at many credible places have done work on this for years.
But was it the dog dewormer, or was it something else? Tippins took the dog medicine with daily vitamin E supplements and CBD oil. He was also taking an experimental cancer-fighting drug. But Tippins says out of the 1,100 patients on that clinical trial, he was the only one cleared of cancer. Tippins says he was saved by the dog dewormer, and he plans to take it for the rest of his...
Now, I'm never going to promote some CBD because that's a devil's plant. And you can try to explain it 1,000 ways. What I'm talking about tonight is worms. Right? So you have some people who still on the low smoke weed and smoke cigarettes, smoking with cigarettes, and call themselves Israelites. Right? But you can smell the cigarettes and the smoke on them, but they can't see and smell it on themselves. So they telling on themselves.
Well, my insurance company spent $1.2 million on me with traditional means before I switched to a $5 a week medicine that actually saved me.
Prescott says he's now working with Tippins to organize a case study.
We're going to do it and see if we can confirm that in a very rigorous or a clinical study sort of way.
Now, he might want to be careful because they might find out if this stuff is helping them, how to make it not work now. They give you some other pharmaceuticals, so when you take this, now it don't work. Or put something in the new food out there so it don't work. Lord have mercy.
That these patients had that kind of response.
As for Tippins,
I've got now over 40 success stories other than me.
He's sharing his story on an online blog that has already been read more than 100,000 times. Most of the feedback, positive or curious. Some, though, accuse Tippins of giving cancer patients false hope.
How do I answer that? I mean, if I've saved one other person other than me, it's worth it to me.
All we know for sure is...
Right? So, hey, I didn't have to share this with the people, but I did. It's in the blood. Don't eat the blood. But outside of that, just keep everything holy and clean as much as possible because it's also in the vegetables. It's in the green blood of the vegetables too. Let me stop messing with y'all. I don't know why this link is not. 1 second. 1 second. Let me get this for you guys. Why is this link not pulling up here? I wanted to get this video that the brother sent me about actual okay, I don't know if I can get it. Let me see. One second. All right, I have to go to another video. So I wanted to show, what I wanted to show was a brother sent me a video and can I let me see if I can get this to you guys. Give me 1 second. No, I can't. It's gonna take me too much time. A brother sent me a video. I want to send you this to you guys, show you guys, but I can't get it. So he sent me a video of basically, when you go to the store in the organic section where the fresh vegetables are, you guys probably saw this video that the spray that goes on the vegetables, it wasn't only the spray, like the mist of water. There was a tube that was on top of the shelf of it, and it was connected to some type of little, antibacterial little chemical in there. And I guess they said it's food. I guess it's good for food, but it had danger. Do not, if coming in contact with children or something like that. And it's like, hold up, this is what you spraying on the organic vegetables? I wish I could find that video. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, no, I can't. I'm not gonna be able to find it right now. I have to show it another time. All right, it's just gonna take me too long to get it. But I was like, man, make sure you bring. No, listen. Don't trust no people to wash your stuff for you. You wash it. Cause when we're in Egypt, we got dirty mangoes, dirty apples, dirty oranges with mud on them, and that's how you know your stuff was fresh. See? And sometimes you're gonna find a little worm in it, a little, you know what I mean? That's how you know if the bugs is eating it, right? If the pests are trying to eat it, then you know it don't have no spray on it. Now, Egypt did have a Monsanto's out there. They just didn't have it in the whole place. I think it was in Cairo. Somebody said, I hate this world. Listen, you hate the world of Esau. That's what you hate in these Gentiles. Israel had to get their own world back. I feel you though. Let me give you some information about the gut here. No, we're talking about the blood, but let's give you a little bit more information about this gut here from another doctor, Dr. Jockers. Okay, he sells a lot of the similar stuff to me, and you need to understand about this. Okay, I can't read the whole thing, but you need to know about something that these parasites or these worms hide in called biofilms. There's biofilms on rocks, on ships, like plankton and things like that. And what'll happen is these parasites will try to hide in them to where you cannot even detect them. It's crazy, guys. And that's why we sell things like our digestive enzymes, like papain and bromelain, because you got the pineapple and the papaya seeds that actually breaks down this hard shell of biofilm, okay, and it'll help you to penetrate the shell of these parasites to go ahead and attack them, okay? And this activated charcoal helps to get some of these toxins out. It's very important. 7 natural agents that disrupt biofilms. Check it out. And Google did not want to show this. I had to get this from another search engine called DuckDuckGo, for those of you who may know. They show more things that Google wants to hide. Okay, and they don't really just be following you like that. You know what I mean? So, and invading your privacy. Biofilms this is by drjockers.com. Yes, diatomaceous dries them up, but it's not the only thing, more joy. If you're only using diatomaceous earth, that's not going to be effective if that's all you use. They're going to get used to it. Okay. Many of you throw out these little things out there, but you have to be careful throwing things out and lead people the wrong way. Because, and I'm going to tell you how. You can throw out diatomaceous earth, but then a person who's uneducated goes out and buys diatomaceous earth that's not food grade, or they inhale it and something happens to them. So you should let the elders and the teachers bring it out, because they're going to bring out the safety things that comes along with it. So when it comes to diatomaceous earth, food grade only. The other one is specifically used for pests or bugs in the garden. This is very important that you guys don't throw things out there, because something happens to somebody, that's on you, that's on your hands. And I'm putting this out there because she's just trying to put something out to help people. But I see a lot of people sometime in the chats just throwing things out there. Oh, I do this. Every Hebrew Israelite is an expert all of a sudden. And I'm not here to say I'm the only expert. No. But the Most High have anointed teachers who's going to look out for the flock to make sure the flock is not hurt and it's safety. That's why we say, hey, be careful with this person. Or if we do show you a person, we're going to filter it for you. You have shepherds over the sheep. The sheep is not the shepherds. The shepherds are over the sheep. So always be careful with diatomaceous earth. It's food grade and do not inhale it. Be very careful. Okay? And we're only telling you from history of these things happening with our people. Heaping souls to themselves. Okay? So for those of you who are just innocently putting information on there, it's okay. But I'm letting you know, be very careful in what you do. Biofilms are protective shields. We're not being gatekeepers, we're being shepherds. All right? Biofilms are protective shields that microbes use to guard themselves from our immune system. We live in an amazingly fast-paced society that makes groundbreaking advances in science almost constantly. Every time we make a new discovery, it opens the doors to newer and deeper questions, along with the solution of one problem that comes to discovery of a new problem. Case in point, biofilms. Now, I have another article on my website about this. All right, just so you guys know. And some of the supplements that go along with maybe helping you in this, all right? Like some of the similar ones on here. Something I've noticed for a long time is how important gut health is overall for well-being. Conditions like leaky gut or the presence of a foreign pathogen in digestive tract can drastically interfere with a person's health. Something that has not been fully understood for a long time is why some GI disorders are so tough to get rid of. All right. GI pathogens health. With someone who is experiencing chronic digestive issues after addressing leaky gut and food sensitivities, I always look toward the presence of pathogens in the gut. This could be things like bad bacteria, viruses, parasites, or fungus that make home along with the walls of stomach and intestines. Now, we have looked at this word viruses, and other doctors are saying viruses are not real. That's what they're saying. But they are microbes, they're toxins, they're fungus, they're bacteria. So whatever you want to call it, the worms in the gut, parasites, okay? Once these things are present, they can create inflammation in the gut and release toxins directly into the bloodstream. And a lot of these toxins are worm, poop, worm, urine, gas from these guys and all that, right? And interfere with proper immune function. These contribute to things like autoimmunity and brain fog, among others. So brain fog does come from this a gut that's not working right. Bad breath. It's like a sewer system that's breathing, or a septic system that needs to degas. Sometimes you burp, if your gut is off, if you're eating something bad, it'll come up your breath because the gut is off. And that can happen to any of us. So we have to really get that gut back in line, all right? Look at this. Intestinal flora affects your health. The microbes that live inside your intestines influence your health in beneficial, harmful ways. Immunity, vitamins, metabolism. See, that's why I tell you guys to work out. Boost that metabolism. Eat things that would deal with metabolism. Autism. New research by Dr. Karamjem, I can't get the name right, Brown suggests that a link between autism and decreased gut bacterial diversity. Inflammation, obesity, poor quality of life, right? Hidden in plain sight. There have been solutions in both the traditional as well as the natural medicine realm for ridding gut pathogens for some time. Unfortunately, both approaches often do not fully eradicate the pathogen. If they do remove the pathogen, they create damage to the gut microbiome. Hey, what do we call those? Not probiotics, but what? Antibiotics. Something that's against life, meaning it can, like the alcohol, it can kill the good and bad, which will now make the bad respond even more worse than they did before. Right? So now we have a solid understanding of why pathogens in the gut can be so hard to treat. They've been hidden. We now know that many pathogens adhere to the lining of the gut, colonize and form a protective barrier around themselves called biofilm. So sometimes you have them and you're not getting the right digestive enzymes or things that can deal with biofilm to actually get to the parasite, because it have put up armor. So you need to put up the armor of the Most High. And one of those things is not just spiritual, but you have to protect the temple. A healthy diet, exercise, clean water, probiotics, which was a part of life. You have more microorganisms than human cells. You do. Proving the Most High to be correct when he said you come from the soil. All right? So, what is a biofilm? I believe that pathogens present in the gut may be a much larger issue than we originally thought. This is because biofilm producing microorganisms are now estimated to be involved with 80% of all GI infections in humans. A biofilm is formed of what are called extracellular polymers that act like glue and create a physical barrier around colonizing bacteria and fungus, parasites, etc. These things have become smart, and it's like a little Star Wars going on inside of your gut. Huh? It's interesting to wonder how many chronic health issues go unsolved due to undetected infections like this. Undetected. Because they cannot, your own body cannot even detect this when these guys are hiding in biofilm. Could this be some of the things that are called tumors and cancers and things like that? Some of these clumps of worms. When you look at a compost pile, those of you who are gardeners, if you've ever dug in a compost pile with just normal worms, have you not noticed how in the clumps or the balls of the dirt, or like hard dirt or something that needs to be breaking down more, there's more worms in there to break it down? But this is not about breaking down compost in the body. This is about eating your food, eating things that's not digested in your body, causing more and more worms to come in there, causing a clump. See? And so they're doing it in the body in a bad way. So there's different types of worms. There's good worms, like in gardening, and then there's bad worms in gardening. There's good situations in health, like microbes, and there's bad microbes. Look at this picture here. Absorption of bacteria, irreversible attachment of bacteria, growth of division of bacteria, hours and days, biofilm formation, days and weeks. Biofilm can also form on the teeth or the tooth. So there's some things that you need to get rid of biofilm, right? And there's some things that actually gets rid of biofilm, because it not only forms on the gut, it can form on the teeth too. This is plaque. This is tartar. This is microorganisms that if you have yellow on the teeth, that's down here where all the acids sit, we have to get that bacteria out of there. Okay? But biofilm, once it gets hard, it's very hard to deal with. So, Elder, how do you get rid of it? Well, there's a lot of things. Look up the things that get rid of biofilms. Okay? How do we deal with biofilms? Elder tonight is going to give you a few things that gets rid of biofilms. Now, some of these things you can't use on the teeth, like vinegar, right? But you know how they say, hey, you put strawberries on a toothbrush and it helps to reduce plaque, right? Because there's enzymes in some of these things. You put aloe vera, it can deal with the bacteria and biofilm. It's enzymes. Okay? All this talk about biofilms may sound disconcerting so far, but now that we know about them, this information is actually quite empowering. By taking steps to safely break up biofilms, we drastically increase our ability to detect and destroy unwanted pathogens. Thanks to recent science advances, this is now possible. Traditional approach to GI infection would be to administer prescription antibiotics against, meaning, let's call antibiotics what it's against. Something that's actually against your actual good bacteria and bad. So it'll help destroy it, but you have to make sure you reintroduce it. like using kefir, using yogurt, especially homemade things, sauerkraut, right? Kombucha. Okay? So if you're going to use antibiotics, you have to reintroduce it. But if you keep throwing these antibiotic bombs, you're going to have issues. The worms or the microbes will come back stronger. Clean the cabinet with Clorox, more bacteria comes back stronger. Clean it with vinegar, the vinegar is still working. See? Clean it with probiotics, they're still working, even when you're done. Even if you have to clean it again, there's still some of them on there fighting them off. Okay? So, we're talking about the parasites that are in the blood, but they also form a shield over themselves. Some microbes and parasites. So, not just worms, but also microbes. Bad microbes. Luckily, research has highlighted some natural alternatives that are able to address biofilms gently without creating deeper issues. Curcumin or turmeric, apple cider vinegar. This is why, for me, and I haven't done it yet, but I need to. Sometimes I just forget. You keep those. I keep our digestive enzymes in the car. Apple vinegar in the car. If I go out to eat of something I don't normally eat, I got the digestive enzymes to help break it down. Why? Because not only will they help me to digest or to metabolize, they will help to break down the biofilm where these little microbes or microorganisms try to hide. Okay? And guys, if you think this is regular, you do not understand the gut that doctors are still trying to figure out. You don't even understand the basics. You need to understand that biofilms is not a joke. You can address parasites and certain things, but it just gets so deeper. But it doesn't have to be difficult if you just be consistent and disciplined of what you do. So biofilms is just another thing that the body itself cannot detect, because it's like they're going through like a stealth mode spaceship through your body. Okay? With apple vinegar, you do not drink it plain. You do not drink it with just a little water, or it will defeat the purpose. It needs to have a lot of water, and you do not need to overtake it too much, or you will deal with other issues. Okay? Oregano. You do not take too many oregano. I have food grade oregano in here. You put that thing on your tongue alone, it will burn. It is too powerful. One drop is a half a drop is all you need. You put one drop of oregano in here, it's gonna take over the whole thing. I'm talking about extra diluted. Garlic. I have a parasite pizza I go to if I'm ever out and I go to Mod's Pizza or something. I'm like, listen, I need that garlic. I need them fermented peppers. And they got different type of garlic. And boy, before you know it, let me tell you, it's a cleaner upper. That's all I'm gonna say. Berberine. Why do you think that we sell berberine? Berberine is one of the top things in the world that you'll have to get these crazy ads on YouTube, and they'll talk to you for a long time, and then you find out they're talking about berberine. That's why Elder has it on the site. It's not just a regular thing. It destroys biofilm. It supports IBS. It supports get my stomach back flat, along with the other digestive enzymes and the probiotics. Wink, wink. Activated charcoal, because no matter what somebody will tell you, I have a whole activated charcoal actual book of the healing of it. When these worms, die off, they will release babies. When they die off, they will release toxins. And activated charcoal needs to be taken. This is just one of the things, one of the binders. There's other binders like NAC and other things too. But I specifically, with my family, what we do is every Friday, we're going to deal with some activated charcoal. Every Friday. I need to, because if we're dealing with certain things that's cleaning our parasites throughout the week, like smaller things, we got the bigger things like ivermectin that we may deal with every few months. And we may switch them out with other things that we get, right? Obviously, you have some herbs like wormwood and just different things like that, right? Black walnut. But ivermectin is just so powerful, but you don't want them to get used to it, so you got diatomaceous earth. And you got other things out there that they don't like, right? So I'm going to show you a video in so many words, and you'll see why I'm speaking like this. Proteolytic enzymes. Why do you think we sell our digestive enzymes? Because when you're not eating pineapple, because if you overeat pineapple, you're gonna mess up your gums is gonna be feeling all raw. You can't overeat it. Okay, but why do you think people eat it with steak and just different things like that? They'll have the grilled pineapple. Papaya is totally disgusting because the papaya that they actually sell in the stores, there's actually papaya out there that actually tastes good. But the one they mass produce in the stores, that's just not it. But you can still use it. I still use it, but I'm gonna tell you right now, it smells like throw up, it tastes like throw up. Okay, but the seeds in there are good because they help with this. But when you're out, if you're not eating papaya and pineapple, which none of us do every day, that's why we have our digestive enzymes, because both of those things are already in there. You keep that in your car with you, wherever you go, you got our digestive enzymes, and they break down biofilm for sure. Okay? So, curcumin, it'll tell you here, it's good for anti-parasitic, okay, and antibacterial. I can't go through everything on here, but obviously we have our turmeric on the site. We have turmeric and ginger together. Apple cider vinegar, it shows you the benefits here. I hear some other people saying they don't like papaya either, right? So let me go to really quick, because you guys kind of already know about the other things like the garlic and everything, right? What they do. Let's read about the charcoal really quick. While activated charcoal isn't directly involved with breaking up biofilms, it is a crucial step in biofilm breaking protocol. When a biofilm is broken and antimicrobial compounds destroy unwanted pathogens in the gut, a massive toxin load is unleashed. That's what I was speaking about. If not properly absorbed and passed through the stool, the toxic die-off can lead to what is known as a Herxheimer's reaction. This is why you must listen and don't just be throwing things out there to the people. I cannot read your questions right now. Siempre regia nunca camu. I can't read your questions right now because I'm actually teaching to the people. I can read the questions later. Sorry, my brother or sister. And I don't even know what that name means. You have to tell me what it means in English. This is when toxins are dumped partially from one area of the body, but then begin to be reabsorbed if not properly removed. So when we're talking about the Lugos, this is why I said you should read the book or get on the Patreon we put out. I spoke about the selenium, the vitamin C, and the B12. This is very key and important, especially the selenium and the vitamin C, especially. But those who are dealing with iron, you need to incorporate that B12. All right. And like I said, I have some coming very soon to where it's just going to, because sometimes supplements with people, they're not talented with knowing how to do it and keep it smooth without stressing. This thing, when it comes to the iron, is going to be so easy. I do it every single day and it takes no time. If I'm going to the Passover, I got it with me. Right. So I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Make it very simple and easy. If you're at work, you got it with you. Okay. So this is when the toxins are dumped partially from what, we read that. This is some people who have taken ivermectin, who said, hey, why am I getting flu-like symptoms? Why is my children getting flu-like symptoms? Why is they getting a cold? You know, people are saying to take this ivermectin, but we're getting sick. You have to be educated when you tell somebody to do something or before you take something. This reaction leads to unpleasant flu-like symptoms and can be debilitating if steps are not taken to absorb and get rid of these toxins. Do not go and just take ivermectin, according to Dr. Gocc, okay, and a lot of other experts out there. And from my own experience, I can tell you, it's a massive headache that can come. Toxins, or these guys are dying, leaving off gases and toxins. Right? some doctors have protocols out there where you take an antihistamine because there's babies that come from some of them when they die off. And me, Ramar spoke about this, so he put me up on game with that. And because I was only dealing with the activated charcoal at the time, which is it's more than enough to help, but there's baby die off too. You couple the two according to some protocols out there, and it's a little lighter on you. Okay? I just decided to do the charcoal once a week because it's pretty powerful. When it comes to any toxin and liquor and anything, that activated charcoal is a beast. But specifically for this, guys, if you're just taking ivermectin and you have, these issues, you have to understand there's babies coming out and there's toxins coming out. You need to understand and pay attention to the lessons, because when the information has come out, you might miss something and say, oh, I'm dealing with this, I'm dealing with that. My child is dealing with this. My grandma is dealing with this. Dr. Gocc just told you on drjockers.com. All right? Parasites do act like demons. Yep, exactly. It's a physical war going in the body, and it's a spiritual war going on out there on every level. It's a war going to be going on in the heavens. Every level. It's realm wars. It's war in the food, psychological wars. Everything is war. You got to be on point. See? And this is, once you live a life of a homesteader, it really just becomes normal. Right? I know we're going to eat our bread every day. I know we're going to eat, and eventually, like I told my wife, we got to start making that pasta from scratch now, because you might be avoiding the bromide in the bread, but then sometimes, you forget about it in the pasta. Even though I get organic pasta, but still, it's still not the same. And that organic, that homemade pasta is seriously different than dried pasta. If any of you have tasted at a fancy restaurant, you know the difference. Okay? Oh, wow, Elder, you have BCAA and everything. Yes, I actually take my iodine with my BCAA most of the time. It's very quick and I deal with it like that. Anyway, I wanted to put the charcoal thing out there for you guys, because the biofilm, people look at the parasites, but then they may not know about the biofilm. So I'm here to show you the specifics and not just beat around the bush and be like, well, Elder, how can we fix this? How can we resolve this? I'm showing you, don't eat the blood. Cook your food all the way through. Make sure you clean the blood out of the meat, even the fish. Clean the vegetables. Baking soda is a good tool. It releases heavy metals. Baking soda also deals with parasites, but if you're taking baking soda, you cannot take baking soda for too many days or it will eat your stomach lining. So that's the issue with some people. Man, this does that. But they'll tell you this does that, but they don't tell you how to be careful. Man, oregano, it's one of the most powerful things. A person says, oh yeah, this says food grade. They start popping essential oil in their mouth without having instructions, and now they burn internally. See? And you cannot continue to take oregano. You have to let me show y'all. You cannot continue to take oregano. Even on Dr. Jockers' little article, it shows you might want to back off that oregano after a while. You have to, or you're going to have some issues. Okay? Let me get that one for you really quick. I want to show y'all that Elder don't just, one thing you're going to learn about me, Elder don't just say anything. If he says it, he researches it. If he say he don't know, he don't know. Let me show you really quick. Oregano oil has been for a long time used for a long time to naturally eradicate unwanted pathogens from the GI tract. Oregano's well-studied active constitute carvacrol has a long list of documented benefits for the body. Oregano oil, I apologize. Let me go to the next paragraph. In terms of pathogen eradication, Carvacrol has been shown to inhibit antibiotic-resistant bacteria, viruses, parasites, and fungi. Additionally, it has been shown that this powerful compound also inhibits the release of harmful toxins released by these pathogens, including biofilms. Oil of oregano is one of the most powerful antimicrobial agents that is used to help reduce bacterial, yeast, and parasitic overgrowths and support overall digestive and immune health. I will often... Okay, that's not what I wanted to... Okay, here is it. Right here. Oil of oregano is very strong, and high doses should be used only for short periods of time and should not be used continuously for more than a month without a break. Always best to start with a low dose and gradually increase until you see improvement. So I just wanted to show you that really quick. All right. I always just want to show you that. Sorry about that. All right. So we talked about the proteolytic enzymes, right? We talked about the proteolytic enzymes like papain, bromelain, okay? And some of the digestive enzymes, apple vinegar, okay? Just be very careful. Be very careful of doing this apple vinegar a certain way. So we're almost done here. I knew it was going to be very vast information, so I wanted to try to get through it. So I'm going to have to speed up a little bit here. Why do humans have allergies? Parasite infections may be the trigger. So I'll put the link to this article for you guys to go into it, but I'm not going to read it right now tonight. I'll just give you the link just to show you that a lot of things we thought were one thing. It's not just because your area that you need to get some local bee honey. That helps too. But some of us may have had, since we were young, some parasite issues. We used to eat, I know I used to eat Snickers and soda. I used to have bumps all over my face at one point and didn't even know why I had. I'm like, why do I have acne? They kept saying it was puberty. Hey, no, come to find out, those companies with those type of chocolate like M&Ms and Snickers, I saw a video where it was roaches and cockroaches and bugs that they would grind up in the chocolate. And it was not even real cacao powder, it was cocoa. Right? And I'm drinking this soda and really probably not drinking enough water, and the toxins are really trying to leave my body. So really what they're grinding up in there is parasitic things. See? So I just wanted to put that out there. If you're doing that, you might want to be really careful. And drink enough water, people. Let's talk about these worms really quick. Just a few worms because we're getting ready to close it out. I'm glad I got through all of these links too. I can't talk about all the worms. There's too many. You heard the gentleman, William Rowland, say there's too many worms. Just to give you an example before we get out of here. Strongylus vulgaris. You'll see this on the back. Oh, you know what I didn't show you? Okay, first, I'll go through this first. Then I'll go to that next. Strongylus vulgaris, just to give you a quick example. Wikipedia.org for educational purposes only. Commonly known as the bloodworm. A common horse parasite in the phylum Nematoda. It looks like a long worm with a large, big biting mouth. They are usually reddish in color because all the blood they take from the equine host. The nematode is considered to be one of the most pathogenic of the large strongyles subphylum and is distributed worldwide, wherever there are grasslands and temperate environments. So those of you who like to walk around without your shoes on your feet so you can ground out, that's why I told you I am actually selling shoes now. I just haven't put the website up or whatever store I'm going to put up. But I'm actually selling the dress shoes because there's a lot of tennis shoes out there. I may sell them in the near future. We'll see. I don't know if I want to. But because it's already a lot out there. But I wanted to sell something no one had. Right? So I do have dress shoes that still ground you out. And women and men. So I'll be showing those soon. I'm getting my my cobbler and my shoemaker to actually make me some samples so I can have some pictures out there. So guys, if you ask for the shoe, it's high fashion shoe. It's not $20, unfortunately. This is a high fashion shoe of something you would see in Gucci or something. I didn't want to go. It's not that I you know, it's a high fashion shoe. It's all fully handmade, a full leather. The bottom, the inside, the top. It has a copper rivet in there so you can ground out. Plus the leather that helps you grind out. I didn't want to go, you know what I mean? We're Israelites. We're kings. We're queens. So if you expecting, it's the shoe, I'm going to tell you right now. The shoe is $125 without the copper rivet. $150 with the copper rivet. Because they had to hand make and put this thing. It's made in someone's hands. Right? So I'm just saying. Right? And I'm selling it to the world. This is not just for Hebrews. Okay? There's a grounding community out there who understands about grounding and stuff like that, right? About flat feet, wide toes to keep your foot and your alignment healthy. So that's why I started it, because of the health of the body. So anyway, that's besides the point. This worm is just a few of the tapeworms. I want to tell you something. I personally believe, you don't have to believe what I believe on this one. When I say I personally believe, the reason why I believe this is because the gentleman we just heard on the news, he said he took the active ingredient of fenbendazole in his dog dewormer. And it's like, okay, well, people are going to the doctors to heal this and deal with this, but they said they couldn't do anything for him. And he did something with $5 of the dog dewormer. And I'm not telling people what to go and do. I will never do that. I'm just putting out information. But it sounds funny to me that they're saying this parasite here specifically to horses. I can't believe that. Not anymore. I cannot believe it, because during 2020, people got desperate. People were turning to fish antibiotics, dog dewormer. People were, dealing with ivermectin from the feed store, like Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan said, hey, he was good. So for those who have ears, let them hear. But I don't think that these things are just in livestock. I think that they're saying they're in livestock or dogs or cats, and they're healing the cats and animals more than the people. This is what I believe, because if you can't do nothing to help a human with top medicine, supposed top medicine, and he goes to a veterinarian for animals, he gets something for $5 instead of $500,000 procedure. $500,000 procedure. I don't believe these are just in animals. People pet their animals. People, have their livestock and their goats. You don't think some of these things pass? I remember watching one video of a farmer. He said, listen, he was taking the little horse one, the same horse one from the feed store. He said, listen, I gave this to my family for, long we mess with the animals, we taking it too. And he said, we never got that, that's how we keep the parasites down. Right? So I just said that because I personally don't believe that these parasites are just only in animals. I just don't. So that was one of the ones. I'm going to show you a few more just quickly. CDC.gov. Ascariasis is the most common worm parasite found in humans. It lives in people's small intestine. This parasite spreads through contaminated soil that contains the parasite. Blank infection is treatable with medication. Blank infection is sometimes called blank. That's not why I went there. Oh, the human roundworm, Ascaris lumbrocoides, sometimes it's called Ascaris or Ascariasis, is a parasitic worm that infects an estimated of 772 to 892 million people globally. Ascaris, along with whipworm and hookworm, is a soil-transmitted helminth. The larvae and adult forms of the parasite live in a person's intestines. People get It scares by consuming contaminated soil. That means they're actually consuming the soil. So make sure you wash those vegetables. Most cases occur tropical and subtropical areas of Asia, sub-Saharan Africa, and the Americas. Okay. So I just want to put that one out there. I want to show you, before we go, got a few more things. Lungworm. I think this is an important one. You have parasites that deal with eyes, parasites that deal with lungs. Lungworms are parasitic nematode worms of the order of the Strongylidae that infest lungs of vertebrates. The name is used for a variety of different groups of nematodes, some of which also have other common names. What they have in common is they migrate to the host lungs or respiratory tracts and cause bronchitis or pneumonia. Now, for those of us who know about like the shipping fever that they call it a shipping fever for cows, because I had a cow that died, like a baby cow I bought, and it died. And I think, I lost a few animals before, guys. So when you get livestock, don't think that you get motivated and you get encouraged. You will go through it sometimes. You will lose some goats. You will lose some animals. You will lose some chickens. Don't think you're doing nothing wrong every time. A lot of these things, guys, are parasites. If the animal stays in their poop area too long, you don't clean their poop, or when they're going around grazing and eating, right? And foraging. If they're in their poop areas too long, what happens is where they pooped, if it's parasites coming out, they eat in that same area, they get the parasite again. Okay? That's just how it goes. So, you invest, you need to be smart how you invest in your research. So I have some sheep that are more parasite resistant, which I like. My sheep were more chill than my goats. The goats, boy, that's just how goats are. But the sheep just be chilling. Even when they had them together at first, the sheep was separated from the goat automatically, but there's an issue. They can share different parasites. Sheep don't need as much copper as goats. So you have to understand when the Most High is talking in the scriptures, he's saying so many things we don't understand until we start to learn about health, until we get in the garden, until we start to become shepherds. Right? So this is very important information I'm telling you about, of how these worms will kill your animals. A lungworm, the cow gets nervous and anxiety. Think about a human. When a human, that's why when you read the scriptures, stress will kill you. You start stressing, your body becomes acidic because you got water in your body. The water was the thing that was used to command the creation of the earth. Water is the life that's in your body. When you lack water, your body becomes too acidic. It becomes a different environment. It becomes a parasitic environment. See? Oh yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, we talking tonight, huh? Let's talk about it. When you stress, what was used to create the heavens and the earth? When you stress, you're commanding that water in your body, which is life, to start to become cloudy water. You know that study they did on water? They kept going up to the water, calling the water negative names. And the water over time, it started to deteriorate as water. It wasn't good as the water that they were speaking positive to. This water is in our body. One, you need to drink clean water. Two, you need to, no matter what the devil brings to you to try to attack you, mess over here, mess over there, family calling, drama. That's how you can stay in an acidic or a parasitic environment with demons. So you got the spiritual parasites, acid environment, which causes disease. And then you got the spiritual side that's going to attack your spirit with demons. So the demons can get in through parasites too. Right? They can get in through sin too. They can get in through stress and depression. Nobody feeling sorry for you in this world. So you at war on many sides. You need that alkaline environment. And in the spiritual world, that's Christ. The white, when the Romans wear the red of death, the black of darkness. See? So let me tell you, we got to be on point and just let Christ guide us. I'm not trying to be deep. It really ain't deep. It's just how Christ created the world with his Father. Okay? So let me tell you something. Asthma. What are we reading about? The certain diet. You got worms that deal with a lot of things, don't they? And they say they're only in animals. Maybe we need to start looking at things a little different. All right. Let me tell you, I got me a small little pack of fenbendazole. Let me tell you, that thing expensive. Lord have mercy. But I'm learning the warfare of how these parasites go. I'm like, okay, this ivermectin can't kill this one. I got the fenbendazole over here for that one. Boom. I got the diatomaceous earth so they won't get used to it. I got the pumpkin seeds over here. I got the black walnut, the wormwood. Huh? I got some other things I can't talk about on here at all. Right? You got your colloidal silvers. Huh? We speaking tonight, huh? You got your colloidal coppers. We speaking tonight, huh? So, and when people say they grow out of asthma, you don't grow out of asthma. Maybe you drunk. Maybe they gave you a little beer or some beer with garlic or something. That parasite didn't dipped on you. Oh, all praises to the Most High. Never heard of biofilm. We gonna put you on game. We ain't trying to hide nothing. As long as we in order, that's how you get the information. You knock and you shall receive. You shall learn from the elders, because guess what? It's not us. The Holy Spirit is what gives us things for his sheep, for his flock. And it's not one thing. Remember, they get used to different things. Okay? Now, Mr. William Rowland, one of the protocols he had was colloidal silver, ivermectin, Lugos, iodine, right? I can't say the other one because I just can't say it on here. People done got arrested for it. I just will not say it. Okay? So I can't say that one on here. And if you don't take it right, something can happen to you. So I just can't say that one on here. But the rest will be pretty much good enough. All right? Hey, ain't nobody come. Yeah, my elder one told me about this. And you had me in jail and prison. I ain't no criminal. No. So let's continue to read, because I sidetracked for a little bit. The name used for a variety of different groups of nematodes, some of which also have other common names. What they have in common is that they migrate to the host lungs of the respiratory tracts and cause bronchitis or pneumonia. 2020, the lungworm will gradually damage the airways or lung tissue by inciting an anti-inflammatory reaction in the tissue. Ultimately, the parasite survives and reproduces in the respiratory tissues. The category is thus more a descriptive than precisely taxonomic one. Now, why did you hear me say 2020? Why did you hear me say that? Well, there was a lot of pneumonia going on, and people who were taking something from a feed store with a horse on it, they said that was making them feel better. And they said it had ivermectin in it. So are you telling me that's something that's for horses and dogs and stuff? If it's healing this, I'm just like, it's kind of bringing that together to me, because it's saying this is in animals, but that's healing humans. So that means humans possibly had that. Listen, for those who have ears, let them hear. The most common lungworms, belong to one of the two groups. The superfamily, I don't even know this word, Trichostrongylloidea. Lord, look at that thing. Lord. Or the superfamily Metastrongylloideae. Where do Esau come up with these names? But not all species in these superfamilies are lungworms. Lord, it's so many worms, you'll go crazy. You be trying to live in a bubble. Just keep it simple. Follow the Most High's diet and make sure you deworm. It's in the blood. Don't eat the blood. All right, let's talk about the eyes really quick. And then I'm going to one last video. Now, we went into Mr. William Rowland's video when he was talking about the eyes. Some parasites actually attack the eyes. MedicalNewsToday.com. Gnathostomiasis is another infection that occurs due to a parasitic worm. Although these worms are present throughout the world, most diagnoses occur in Southeast Asia, Thailand, and Japan. People can pick up the parasites if they eat raw or undercooked freshwater fish carrying the larvae. Why you think a lot of these people deal with this? Because of their sushi. Some of you who want to be Asian so bad, you love your little sushi. I get it. Yes, you better learn how to make that sushi at the crib. Because you already seen the dude petting that rat and how they get down. I done seen them too many times. Please don't try to make me no East Indian food, no Asian food. I'm going to deal with the tribes. I tell my wife, I know, listen, y'all probably ate that stuff before. I don't want no East Indian food. I don't want none of that crap. When I first met her, don't give me no East Indian food. I don't want no Chinese food either. I'm a little racist when it comes to that because they got the little elephant in the front and all that. And I've been seeing a lot of things where they bring it with my own eyes. I seen a dude in the bio catching catfish, frog, bringing it to his restaurant. I've seen donkeys getting brought in, all type of things. Dog getting brought in. Don't make me that crap at home. We can make it in the Jake style. See? Most of the things they took from us anyway. We can Jake it up. You gonna make me some Asian food? I'll take it at home. I don't want no we can make for you. Because whatever we can make for you mean they making something else for me. And I don't want it. So, and I would tell them that it's all respect. It's all respect. That don't mean I hate them, but what's for them is for them, and what's for me in my house, that's what I'm eating. I don't want no shrimp fried rice, none of their egg rolls. My daughters make it just fine. As a matter of fact, we eating Thai soup tonight with no madness in it. Okay. So, now you see that there are things that can deal with the eyes. And that's just one of them. There's something called river blindness that a lot of people will get in Africa. And, you know, a lot of people get something called river blindness, and it's a parasite that comes in their eyes. Just in case you guys have not heard of that. I want to show you one last thing really quick because I want to show you one last thing really quick. I put a link in the chat about the biofilm, but I want to show you one thing about something really quick. What was it? This video is for those who have ears to hear. Just really quick. All right. This is okay, here I am. It's a little corny. It's a little corny, but let me also share this with you first. I'll share this one with you first. I want to share this one with you first. Christ said to heal his people. So I'm just giving you people's experiences. A sister from California sent this to me. Thank you, my sister. In Vegas.
The first year.
Fair use, educational purposes only. I'm not saying this is my views or the views of our church, Gathering Christ Church. This is just a person's experience, so we're just educating the people of what other people are saying out there.
Son became very, very sick. He stopped making eye contact, he stopped doing all the normal things that you would expect a child to do. And then eventually he just ended up lying on the floor, rolling a car back and forth. We were told through a diagnosis, your son has autism, he won't recognise you, you need to set yourself up for a life of looking after your son. We embarked on research after testing, found out that my son's brain was starving. He had all these things growing in his gut. They were releasing so many toxins that they were actually affecting his brain so much that he just couldn't work. We changed our filters in our house. Everything's chlorine free. We got a filter from Switzerland that cost us $4,000 to get rid of everything in the air. We did everything you could imagine. And the big thing that we did was that we started getting MooView milk, normal pasteurised milk, because we were told this kefir's going to change your son's life. And we started to drink it and we all got horribly sick and thought, this was going to change our lives, what happened? And then we did more reading and we worked out that, why don't we try this raw milk? So we tried raw milk and I think the bacteria that is surviving in the raw milk, the kefir just loves it and it grows and it grows and it grows. So my son drinks a litre of kefir a day, a litre of this stuff a day. He started school 4 weeks ago. In a normal school, he went pretty well.
So she's saying that the kefir helped her son with his situation of what you're reading on the screen. AUTIS, you know what? All right. So, but what she's saying is when she was drinking the kefir from the store, even though it's good, the microbes in it are not as strong as when you make the kefir yourself, like buying your own kefir grains or even taking the raw milk and making the kefir. I think there's a way to make the kefir. Yurok, you can correct me if I'm wrong with the raw milk. It's just a different process because I know the bacteria in the raw milk is so strong it can kill the kefir grains. So, but I have to remember that part. So I don't want to say anything I don't know. But I know raw milk alone, just alone, set on the cabinet. So when you heard this old saying of the longer you leave milk, the better it gets, it's a true saying. It turns to sour milk like yogurt or whatever the case may be if you leave it on the cabinet. But that's raw milk. That's not the milk from the store. Okay. So she's saying that kefir, and we deal with kefir every day. Okay. And I try to make sure my kids are really dealing with it a lot. And you know you got to stay on your kids about things. But they really like the kefir. They enjoy it. And but I just want to share this video with you. If kefir alone will make the body function correctly to use its own natural self defense mechanism to actually help keep the body healthy. Okay, kefir is that powerful. This is how powerful, guys, the microbes that the Most High made are for the gut. Now, it may take some time, but if you're consistent with anything, it's going to happen. I'm going to play this video one more time for you.
First year, and then my son became very, very sick. He stopped making eye contact. He stopped doing all the normal things that you would expect a child to do. And then eventually he just ended up lying on the floor, rolling a car back and forth. We were told through a diagnosis, your son has autism. He won't recognise you. You need to set yourself up for a life of looking after your son. We embarked on research after testing, found out that my son's brain was starving. He had all these things growing in his gut. They were releasing so many toxins that they were actually...
All these things growing in his gut. Worms. So through her even just powerfully giving him enough kefir, what the kefir does is releases so many, right, good microbes and good bacteria. They're now able to fight off the body, white blood cells and everything. All of the good things are able to kill the pathogens, the worms and the fungus in the body. So when we stick to what the Most High said and stop listening to people, man, you shouldn't drink milk. You fool. How are you going to tell somebody to not do what the Most High said it? You need to educate yourself and show yourself approved to learn correctly. You have to get it in its proper order, because there's stories like this that will never come out if you're telling people the wrong thing because it messed you up because you didn't do it right. Our people suffer for a lack of knowledge. We suffer for ever learning and never coming to the knowledge of the truth. See? So the harvest is plenty, but the labors are few means it's many laborers, but it's a bunch of know-it-all wannabes who just trying to sound deep. We need the true, trusted people who's going to be here and do things humbly and do it correctly, decently and in order. Right?
Affecting his brain so much that he just couldn't work. We changed our filters in our house. Everything's chlorine free. We got a filter from Switzerland that cost us $4,000 to get rid of everything in.
So she did all of these things to help her son, and that didn't work. Because let me tell you, this is a war out here. I'm not saying it didn't help at all, but it didn't help to stop his situation. But coming back to some of the things people tell you, don't eat that. You're doing a work for the enemy.
Yeah, we did everything you could imagine. And the big thing that we did...
Eat your vegetables. When the vegetables got just as much parasites as the meat. I'm a gardener, I know.
That we started getting Moo-View milk, normal pasteurised milk, because we were told this kefir's going to change your son's life. And we started to drink it and we all got horribly sick. And
what the sister said, she said, the store has been pasteurized to kill off everything good. There you go. Yeah, people will tell you, don't drink raw milk. When you look on Google, everybody's telling you, don't drink raw milk. Man, we were drinking raw milk when we was in Egypt. See? Don't let these people lie to you.
Thought, this was going to change our lives. What happened? And then we did more reading and we worked out that, why don't we try this raw milk? So we tried raw milk, and I think the bacteria that is surviving in the raw milk, the kefir just loves it, and it grows and it grows and it grows. So my son drinks a litre of kefir a day, a litre of this.
She just gave you a recipe. A litre a day. Making sure that gut is overran with good bacteria. We didn't come to play no game. See, look, we're going to step off the porch. We're going to step all the way off the porch. Listen, we not marching around no building just to say Israelite. We stepping off the porch to really step off the porch. This is a spiritual war that we have to fight for our people to get them healthy so they even be able to throw a punch. Instead of telling them to put something in their body that the Most High said don't do, they ain't going to be able to march forever. Like these people suddenly falling out right now. And I'm not throwing no jabs. That's just truthful. It has to make sense. We have to make it make sense. People get caught up in the Israelite thing. Yeah, he's Israelites. Kendrick Lamar, Israelite. Yeah. How about let's heal some of these people instead of dancing around all the time. Let's dance when a person is healed. Right? We need to have something to dance about. Last video, I'm going to just drop this really quick. Let me see something. I don't know where this video is. But my wife had sent me a video of where the ivermectin actually came from. I don't see it though. Yeah, I'll get that video from her. See if she can send me that video of the information that we have found about the ivermectin for people who just want to know about it. I mean, I have so much vast information. I have so much vast information, you know. So let me just give you this. And I know I had to be on late today because, boy, I'll be busy, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. But check this out. Fair use for educational purposes only.
You have a horse.
Now, you know Esau can get a little corny, but one thing it's okay. That at least he's being himself. One thing I liked about him is that the Bible says that the Gentiles say, surely our forefathers have inherited lies, because some of them will come out as whistleblowers to help our people, because our people suffer for lack of knowledge. So to me, this is a principle of Christ. So I have to give this man his credit. No matter how corny he is, he ain't got the Jacob in him, but at least he's being himself. I respect Esau when they being they self. And that don't mean that every Edomite is corny. Some of them smooth too, because they learn a little bit from Judah. But what I'm saying is, take what he's saying, and he's basically giving a parable in his video. Okay, so that's on you how you take it. Okay, so I'm dropping this because, you know, I'm just watch the video.
It's time for its deworming medication.
Remember, the Most High calls us sheep. He's just talking about a horse. Okay, check it out. Let him make his little intro again. Hold up.
So, you have a horse. It's time for its deworming medication. You've brought this stuff, but you've never used it before, and maybe a bit worried about administering it. Well, worry not, dear friend. Allow me to be your guide. Step 1. Weigh your horse. I found placing a selection of Caracas carrots on my bathroom scales worked a treat.
I know you got 1 million views. Oh, let me see. 18,000.
George there is 83 kilograms. Quite a small horse, bless him. Step 2. Rotate the dial on the plunger to the weight of your horse. Here in the UK, it's measured in kilograms and marked out in 50.
Listen, that boy giving game though. You can't hate him. He made up. Listen. He may not have no style. He gonna get, you know, somebody named Becky or Susie or Sally. But guess what? He's giving straight game right now. Y'all better pay attention or you're gonna miss it.
Intervals. If you're viewing from the Americas, then it'll be in pounds. So, to select George's weight of 83 kilograms on the plunger, I'm going to move the dial midway between the 50 and 100 kilogram mark. This isn't a precision instrument, so don't worry about being too accurate. Just as close as you can get it. Then dispense. Step 3. Mix it with something palatable. It tastes awful, apparently. George enjoys it with some Greek yogurt. Step 4. Feed to horse. And you're all done.
Bruh.
Thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mr. White Man. He helped us out. I'm sorry. Hey, if you didn't get that, I gotta give my brother some love though. You know what I mean? I could teach him a few moves another time, but for the sake of health, man, that brother, let me tell you, he did more than anybody else would. Somebody else put a gun to your head, try to tell you how cool they are, what type of song they can. This video right here only got 18,000 views, right? And hey, but he listen, it's the crazy part about it. Everybody will not accept the truth, and they think you're crazy. But man, if they only knew, if they would pay attention to the clues, it was Christ involved in that video, because it was a parable. You see what he did at the end? You know what I mean? And he kind of trying to put some things out there according to the information that we put out there tonight. I'll play it one more time. People want me to play it again. Lord have mercy. What's Mr.'s name? Mr. Richard J. Lloyd. Brother, all jokes aside, we appreciate you. And, it's a blessing of what you did. We really appreciate that. Joe Rogan put himself out there to do that. I appreciate that. I'm not saying I follow these people and what they do, but for something that can help someone, can help a horse or help a sheep like us, just saying. Let me stop messing with y'all. Right?
So, you have a horse. It's time for it.
1 second. A person said, Elder, I have a quick question. I'm allergic to iodine and all seafood. Well, listen, you have to find you're getting iodine in something. It just may not come from the fish, but you're probably not getting enough. You have to get with your doctor or your own self or do your own research to find an iodine that does not have sea stuff in it. I don't know how you can be allergic to iodine, but you may want to get your hands on, I know you can't see me, excuse me. I'm sorry, you can't see me. Get your hands on this book. Now, my iodine don't have shellfish, but I'm not going to tell you you should take it. That's for you, your doctor, and yourself. So you have to be an adult, be responsible, do your research. Okay? That's very important before you put anything in your body. All right?
Worming medication. You've brought this stuff, but you've never used it before. And maybe a bit worried about administering it. Well, worry not, dear friend. Allow me to be your guide. Step 1. Weigh your horse. I found placing a selection of Caracas carrots on my bathroom scales worked a treat. George there is 83 kilograms. Quite a small horse, bless him. Step 2. Rotate the dial on the plunger to the weight of your horse. Here in the UK, it's measured in kilograms and marked out in 50 kilogram intervals. If you're viewing from the Americas, then it'll be in pounds. So, to select George's weight of 83 kilograms on the plunger, I'm going to move the dial midway between the 50 and 100 kilogram mark. This isn't a precision instrument, so don't worry about being too accurate, just as close as you can get it. Then dispense. Step 3. Mix it with something palatable. It tastes awful, apparently. George enjoys it with some Greek yogurt. Step 4. Feed to horse. And you're all done. Thanks for watching.
All right. So, I think my wife just sent me the one, this last one I want to show y'all. Just a little bit more information about ivermectin for your horses and your sheep and your livestock. For those who have ears, let them hear. For those who have horse ears and sheep ears, let them hear. Right? So I just wanted to read this really quick. This is the last article of the night, and I'm gonna go get me some of this beautiful Thai soup. Boy, they make some good Thai soup. You know what I'm saying? Good old fresh meal bread they got. So this is isglobal.org. Ivermectin from soil to worms and beyond. The incredible story of the drug's discovery, impact, and possible future uses. What do penicillin, aspirin, and ivermectin have in common? Apart from the fact that they rhyme, all three belong to a very select group of drugs that can claim to have had the greatest beneficial impact on health and well-being of humanity. They have at least two other things in common. All three things were found in nature, and all three led to a Nobel Prize. Aspirin derived. I want to get to specifically ivermectin. And this brings us to ivermectin. Not likely a drug you will have in your first aid kit, like aspirin or penicillin, but definitely a drug that has improved the lives of millions of people since its discovery in 1975. The long journey of a Japanese soil sample. The story of how ivermectin was discovered is quite incredible. In the late 1960s, Satoshi Omura, a microbiologist at Tokyo's Kitasako Institute, was hunting for a new antibacterial, compounds and started to collect thousands of soil samples from around Japan. He cultured bacteria from the samples, screened the cultures for the medicinal potential, and sent them to 10,000 km away, all right, to Merck Research Labs in New Jersey, where his collaborator William Campbell tested their effect against parasitic worms affecting livestock and other animals. One culture derived from a soil sample collected near a golf course southwest of Tokyo was remarkably effective against worms. The bacterium in the culture was a new species and was baptized Streptomyces avermitilis. And the active component named ivermectin was chemically modified to increase its activity and safety. The new compound, called ivermectin, was commercialized as a product for animal health in 1981 and soon became top-selling veterinarian drug in the world. Remarkably, despite the decades of searching, S. avermictilis remains the only source of ivermectin ever found. So this was found not in America, not in Canada, not in Australia, not in the Mother Earth of Africa. It was found in Japan. I'm not saying it's nowhere else, but they haven't found it nowhere else. Okay? So yeah, when Jake went over there in the dynasty, with our dynasties, now I'm just messing around. It just so happens they found this there. Now, whatever they were doing in the ancient times, they were drinking beer, what they call ale. They were drinking ale or beer. They were drinking wine, like more probiotic type of wine. Okay, they were dealing with kefir. They were still making fermented foods. Okay, and things were just not so harmful back then. Where people were getting filled with heavy metals and toxins. They did have parasites, but they were better off in the way that they were living back then. Okay? So you can go more into let me see. Let's go here really quick. Campbell urges colleagues to study ivermectin as a potential treatment for onychoriasis, also known as a river blindness, a devastating disease caused by worms transmitted by flies that left millions of people blind, most in sub-Saharan Africa. The first clinical trials in Senegal showed that the treatment worked, and ivermectin was approved for human use in 1987. Since then, more than 3.7 billion doses donated by Merck Laboratories have been distributed globally in mass drug administration campaigns against onychoriasis and lymphatic filariasis, another disease caused by worms, which causes severe swelling of limbs. The impact of ivermectin decreasing the burden of these devastating diseases is immeasurable. Okay, deservedly, Omura and Campbell won the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 2015 for their discoveries. So, it goes into more, right? Scabies. It says ivermectin has also proved to be effective against external parasites as head lice, because there's one that you can actually pour on your animals. Okay, you can pour it on the skin, and it specifically goes to the skin. Okay, I put it on my cows, I put it on my sheep and my goats. Sometimes I give them the paste. All right, but there's one that works internally and one that works on the skin. All right. So, yeah, I'll put the link in here so you guys can read more on it. But do your studies, do your research, guys. It's time for us to educate ourselves as we're pulling away from this system, learning how to homestead, and just learning like some basic things that you thinking you have to go broke on. Couldn't you use $500,000 instead of giving it to the doctor? Right? Listen, Mr. Doctor, I know you're trying to do your job, but listen, I need money too. I'm not just gonna give you my $500,000 that I don't have for you and your family. Can I have some of that? Huh? Or should we continue to eat this trash and this garbage with these parasite eggs in them, larvae or whatever they have in there? And they call it a different name, but it may be a whole parasite, bomb where as soon as you eat it, you got more parasites growing in you. It might be an antibacterial type of preservatives, like some of these things they put in some of this sausage, some of these preservatives. See? Yeah, Hebrews. Just because you Hebrew and they say beef sausage, don't forget they make the sausage with pork skin. And then sometimes they have a lot of poisons in this stuff. So you have to pay attention sometimes. Educate ourselves to learn where to go to get certain things. All right? So I'm going to leave it here. It's late. I'm not going to open it up for calls. I will do I can do a Q&A next week. I can do a Q&A because I know a lot of people have a lot of questions on, different things. Don't forget to get this book, The Iodine Crisis. All right? And if you want to pre-order your Lugo solution, all you do is go to KIIYSupplements.com. All right? Don't eat the blood. All right? Don't eat the blood. All right, so you can get it from here. All right, you can get your Lugos here. You can get other things like something to keep those hormones up, keep those estrogen levels down, and you have to educate yourself on this one here because it's so many things. Get the book Iodine Crisis, where the doctors are telling you in there. All right, and look at the Patreon that I did last week. Check it out. So stay tuned for the Hebrew and Bible Academy this Sunday, every Sunday, not Monday, okay? And you're going to get your mind right. I'm glad you guys came in tonight. Can I do a lesson on the antioxidant flowers and plants that grow around us that we can use like dandelions so we can spot what's good for us in the wilderness? I have a book on that, but listen, I might do a lesson on that, but I have a whole book on weeds and things that are good for us. I might do a lesson on that, but you really could just order the book, and I'm not trying to be rude, but it just depends. I'll think about that, right? So make sure you guys are staying healthy out there. Stay away from the blood, and like Mr. William Rowland said, it's a lot of parasites when you don't cook that meat correctly, and you don't get that blood out of there, right? So I'm gonna get out of here. I'm a little hungry. As a matter of fact, it's 10 o'clock at night, but I'm going to check on my goats. It's a little cold out there. I want to make sure they're good. And what was the name of the book? Yes, ma'am. Miss Sharon Brown. Is called The Iodine Crisis by Lynn Farrow. Lynn Farrow, I need a little money, baby. I'm promoting your book. Can you give me a little dollar? Can I get $5? But, praise the Most High. Shalom, Miss Danita Atkins. Shalom, Felicia Henry. Fog Fitness. Shalom, Fog Fitness. Jogging in the fog. Anyway, see you guys at Passover soon, if it be the Most High's will. Keep us in prayer. Hold up, what'd she say? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Brown. The weed book? We're not talking about weed you smoke. She's talking about weeds in the garden. I will get the name of that book. It's in my library. I have so many books in my library. I'll try to get that book next time, all right? I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to get out of here. I got a lot of work to do. Stay tuned. Lion King will be dropping some new material. Lion King is going to be dropping some new material. Just be patient. I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's just going to come out. And you're going to love it. I got a lot of stuff in the arsenal, and I'm sure a lot of our brothers and sisters do as well. So let's bring this kingdom down, and let's keep doing this hard work for our people, and let's make it happen. All right? Shalom. And yeah, you can get this shirt if you want it. Proven by water and proven by fire. You know. So I'm wearing it again. I like to wear the people shirt up on the show. So my sister, you can put your little link in the chat where they can get this shirt from. This shirt, you know. But we're going to get up out of here, man. Peace and blessings to you guys. Elder, I want some of that Alfredo salmon pasta. Listen, it goes down. It goes down. Let me tell you, it goes down. And we're not talking about that Alfredo in the can. You use that Alfredo in the can, it ain't popping. Don't serve me that. I need that. Get that cooking cream. Get that heavy whipped cooking cream and make me my white pasta. I make it like the Italians from scratch. See, you get your little how they say parmesan. I get the little parmesan, and you get that heavy whipping cream, a little butter, and you whip it up. Don't give me none of that stuff in the can. That ain't the real thing like that. I can't eat none of that. That's trash to me. I can't do it. That stuff tastes like air. Don't do me like that. Humble law keeper Shalom. Bless you guys. I'm gonna get out of here. Let me stop clowning around. Yes, indeed. So some people finna start getting on their cooking skills. They feel like, man, let me hit the YouTube. If I ever serve elders some food, I got to come correct. You sure do. Right? I'm from one of the best cooking places in America, Louisiana. And one of the best barbecue places, Texas. I don't know what they serve in California that's original. I know what Philly serve, cheesesteaks. That's original. I don't know what Alabama serve. And where did cheesecake come from? Where did cheesecake come from, y'all? I forgot where they come from. It got to be some original. Chicago, pizza. I know New York got some pizza or something like that. Right? All right, I'm going to get out of here. Stop messing with y'all. All right. Shalom. Historytimes.org. Historytimes.org. They got to show me the right place in New York, though. I ain't gonna lie. It remind me too much of Alexandria, Egypt. They were feeding the cats while they were making the pizza. Nah, I got to go to a clean place. New York for cheesecake. That's what New York. I got to give New York for the cheesecake. There we go. I knew it was from New York. That strawberry, New York. My boys in NYC. Cheesecake, baby. You know what I'm talking about? North Carolina. I don't know what North Carolina is known for, but they were some very nice people in North Carolina. I'm gonna say that. They were very nice people. They were saying hi everywhere you went. Florida, what you known for, Florida? His Northern Kingdom food probably, huh? Little Haitian food. I'm starting to want some cheesecake now, but don't serve me that cheesecake with the cream cheese with a bunch of chemicals. It got to be it need to just be three natural ingredients in it. They say that ain't fair. You gonna say only Texas with barbecue? No, Tennessee got barbecue. I just ain't heard about North Carolina yet. Outside of Texas, barbecue, that's probably it in Tex-Mex. But you know, Georgia soul food. There we go. Florida known for key lime pie. I ain't never heard of that one. See, and I've been around. I like me some key lime pie. I would listen. As long as it don't have a bunch of preservatives and chemicals, we good. Yes, indeed, New Orleans, Louisiana really got the best food. That's just the truth about it. Memphis barbecue, right? Yep. Think Memphis got some barbecue sauce they sell in there. Jamaican, Florida should have Jamaican and Cuban. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to see if they got some good old food out there. I'm sure they do. They got a bunch of Jake out there. But Philly cheesesteaks, serious. Years ago, we had somebody from Philly and Texas, but he's from Philly, man, on that food truck. Serious cheesesteaks, boy. Florida key lime pie, that's crazy. I ain't never heard of that. That's what's up, though. Oakland got something out there? Real question, what you think about Les Barbecue making oxtail? Les Barbecue go hard. Les Barbecue, like he said, Texas in every way. Texas is known for barbecue. Texas, he going too far with the oxtails, though. We don't need oxtail everything. Oxtail burger, oxtail sausage, oxtail, like beef, like oxtail jerky. It's a little too much oxtails, but he go hard. Texas in every way. Like he say, popped up. You know what I'm talking about? All right, I might live in North Carolina, but I can cook everything. I mess with y'all, man. I know our people can cook. Right? But anyway, the world wouldn't be what it is without us, no matter where we are. It's just sometimes when we get the other cultures added into it, sometimes it don't be right. Where it be a little bland or it be a little bit eating the wrong animals. Right? Anyway, man, I have to get out of here. I wanted to have a little fun with y'all. Because I know we didn't have no call-ins, but yeah, y'all know about that boudin. Y'all know about that boudin, huh? You got to get the right boudin, though. You already know about that boudin and that crackling. You can get the chicken crackling. Right? Turkey crack. You get any kind of crackling as long as it ain't pork. Honduras. I tried Honduras food. Go hard in the paint when you thinking it ain't. Come to Vegas and get some good red snapper. In Vegas? Oh, man. I'm afraid to eat something from Vegas. That thing's so hot out there. But hey, I ain't gonna doubt it. As long as Jake cooking it, Anyway, man, let me get out of here. Did I post a link to the document I showed? Which document is that? Taste of Jake experience. And stay tuned. If you subscribe to my I'm a Lion, I Ain't Lying on my Lions Homestead, I'm going to just be showing some little things how we do on the homestead as well. And make sure y'all subscribe to Humble Servants Homestead. They getting it out the mud on that channel. And my sister and her husband and her husband and that sister, they be putting in work, man. If there's some other homestead channels out there, let me know. So our people can learn from each other. Because a lot of YouTubers be lying out there. And they don't be making things realistic. Everything got to be so perfect, and life is not perfect. And then they don't even be eating from their own garden. Los Angeles has chicken and waffles. Okay, there you go. Because I was like, what California got? I don't even know what would be good there. Chicken and waffles. Okay. There we go. All right, well, I'm going to get out of here, man. I'm going to get out of here, all right? The food is calling me. Shalom. Make sure you guys, if you want to support the elders in their work, right? Don't muzzle the ox that tread the corn. You can do it at Cash App, $GOCC report, okay? We do not have the other Cash App for tithes and offering anymore. Just go to the website and use the alternative to pay the tithes, okay? And don't forget, just to go to historytimes.org to join our Hebrew and Bible Academy school. All right, so I just wanted to put that out there. Stay tuned for Elder Ricard tomorrow, Deacon Hazak on Thursday, the Patreon on Friday, Elder Ramon on Friday, the Sabbath lesson in Hebrew and Bible Academy. All right, peace and blessings. All right, we love you all. Shalom. Historytimes.org.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. And the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy.